the protagonist, and thought that he just played the game in his room. He was called Suzumiya. He was 21 years old. He sat in the middle of the forest and did not understand where he was. Maze Art Online is a MMORPG game that was driven by all gamers. Therefore, Suzumiya, after graduating from the college, dedicated himself to this game. After 3 days and nights of continuous game, his headache became unbearable. The whole team was going together, but the right item did not fall out. He played without sleep and suddenly felt that the body became lighter. When Suzumiya finally woke up, he found himself in a mysterious place. He had ordinary clothes, but he saw this place for the first time and felt extremely easy. He sighed lightly, deciding that he had just dreamed. 4 nights without sleep is too much for him, apparently. He still fell asleep. Later, you will have to ask your comrades in the guild. Suddenly, the hero noticed strange animals who ate something and watched him distrustfully. These were 6-legged dogs, and they did not look friendly. The dogs were loudly squeezed and rushed to him. In fact, they did not attack the suction. 6 lape dogs just ran past her. The hero wondered, he probably is a real gamer, if even in his dreams he gets a creature from games. If in this situation it was necessary to find a metaphor, it would be something like an unusual state in real life. Suddenly, a black panel with a character description appeared before Sumi. He shuddered at surprise, but seemed to recognize this sign. The status window appeared in front of him. But why did it come here? Perhaps all because he uttered the word status. The hero looked at this message carefully. Looking at him, Samir noticed that his magic energy is much higher than that of others. He became wondering how many in this world the middle character of magic points. The window states that when the current quantity is less than the maximum, 10% of the total number is restored every minute. In this world, an ordinary man has only 10 magical points. Therefore, Suzumiya believed that he was special. In fact, all this had no value, because everything that happened was only a dream. But suddenly additional information appeared in the window. It was written that Suzumiya is a stranger, and he has the ability to magic, martial arts, and more. So he was an alien 10th rank. His abilities depended on what rank he has reached in the last world. Because of this, many of its qualities, such as magic, changed. The hero could not understand what was happening. Isn't that really a dream? But everything around seemed so real. The forest came out of the forest. Now there were 3 of them, and they all went to the same lawn where Suzumiya was. One of the dogs quenched, and the hero thought that everything around was looking extremely truthful. Even these dogs seemed real. He realized that it was necessary to run immediately and get up from this place. Even in a dream, terrible things remain scary. He ran so fast that he was surprised to himself, much faster than usual. Is it all because of the alien skill? But Suzumiya quickly realized that these dogs were as smart as he was. They did not keep up, ran nearby, so the hero wondered with anxiety, what is wrong with these green dogs? Finally, he gathered with his forces, got out on a tree, and settled in branches, where the dogs could no longer get it. Suzumiya laughed, looking down at the dog, and thought that he was very pleased with how he had improved jumping. But he could not stay here forever. The hero had to come up with how to get out of this forest. He again opened a window of abilities, hoping that there will be another useful skill there. Among the skills was an analysis that made it possible to evaluate any object within the location. Storzums thought that thanks to this ability, he would be able to learn more about different creatures. The hero suddenly understands. If he can apply his skill without direct touch, then he does not prevent him from using it right now. When Suzumiya applied the skill to the dog, a window appeared in the air, which described the abilities and strength of this animal. This monster was the rank of F. The hero did not know how strong such creatures are, but this dog had little mind and was very strong. Because of this, the hero did not want to fight her at all. Suzumiya wanted to find out what else has the ability. It turned out that his talent for magic helps him to master the magic, enhance fiery spells, as well as improve the ability to own the sword. But he still couldn't use magic, and he did not have weapons. So Zomai decided to try a little unusual and reached out to the window. At first, he tried to call the inventory, and then to get some object. The second attempt was more successful. Something began to show up around the hero. He looked at the window where the numbers suddenly changed. There was now 0 and the number of 1,012, but there were no explanations. Suzumiya rejoiced and decided he guessed. He had something, but what does this number mean? It was the maximum number of magical glasses it could have. On the other hand, if his maximum inventory capacity is 1,012 units, it turns out that he has nothing at all. There may also be hidden teams that he does not yet know how it was with status and equipment. For example, to use magic, you may need to say a spell. Suzumiya tried to call a fireball, pointing his hand to the dog. It didn't work. The hero said it would be much steeper if the flames came out of his hands, and at the same moment, a fire broke out on his palm. He leaned a little sideways. The young man thought that perhaps to use magic need to come up with a spell. He sat in the development of a tree, grabbed the trunk, and thought that nothing prevents him from trying. Suzumiya tried to imagine in his palm a new fireball even more than last time. The hero realized that it began to capture him. It would be unreasonable not to enjoy such abilities. He just imagined a fireball appeared in his hand and sent it directly to the green wolf. That's how everything happened. The fiery ball struck the wolf to the side, knocking it out of the paws and instantly covering his entire body with flames. Suzumiya went down from the tree and happily reported that everything turned out. He clenched his fists with happiness. The hero exclaimed that everything was wonderful, and he even seemed as if he was hearing a tune. But suddenly he was alarmed. A system window appeared in front of the guy again, and he realized that this means raising the level. Its maximum amount of magical energy increased by 500, and the power of fiery magic rose to another level. Suddenly he paid attention again to the green wolf. Suzumiya exclaimed that the flame was still spreading. The hero even burned the flames. He began to look around nervously, asking where the river was. Then he realized that he could take advantage of magic, and imagined the flow of water from the fire sleeve. Water really rushed from the hands of Suzumiya, and the flames on the wolf went out. Water magic rating also received 1 point. The hero wondered if the feeling of something leaving his body arose because he spent magic glasses. Although he did not have these points at maximum, it seemed to him that this magic was quite weak. The young man decided that it was time to check his bag. Now he had 2 objects, a wolf and a plant. Suzumiya just sat on the ground and laughed. He said it all looks like it really happens, not in a dream. He has repeatedly read stories in which the main character finds himself in another world. It seems that this is what happens with Suzumiya now. 2 years ago, his parents were killed in a car crash, and he remained lonely. Even friends on your favorite game left him over time. The hero leaned his hands on his knees and wondered. He realized that he got to another world, but did not imagine how to go back. If there is no way back, then you can live and find joy in this world. Suzumiya said he hopes it would not be bored or sad. Suddenly, a loud cry was heard. The hero jumped instantly and hurried to the other way, thinking about whether there is someone who needs help nearby. When he finally ran to the people who shouted, he was surprised. The caravan was attacked by dogs with 6 paws. 2 men were reflected from dogs with a spear and a sword. Dogs were fiercely growling, barking, and not going to retreat. Looking closer to this picture, Suzumiya realized that the green dogs were in front of him. The young man decided he is obliged to help these people. However, he realized that at such a distance, the magic of water would not help. And if you use fiery magic, the cart will immediately deal with the flames. Suzumiya realized that he was changing nothing in this situation. Although he would have to do it for the first time, he decided to try at least. The hero sat down and put his hand on the ground. In his thoughts, he imagined the tip of the spear. He decided that he would start with it. He jumped and waved his hand, managing magic. Yes, The tip and the stone punched by the wolf were exactly what they needed. Suzumiya used the magic of the earth. The stone spear drove the wolf to the side, knocking it down, but he crumbled on the wreckage. The hero thought that, apparently, the weapon broke. One way or another, green dogs were confused and stopped attacking for a moment. The young man was glad that he was able to win a little time. This gave men at the cart a chance to attack the wolves. One of them hit the wolf with a spear. Sumya was happy. The green wolf quenched, and one of the men said that there was another big wolf, and they needed to attack him together. The men were attacked in pairs. One held a spear and the other sword. Together they struck the last wolf. This blow was crucial. The green dog was defeated in battle. The men sat down to rest. They won and were now safe. Suddenly, there was a prolon next to them. Sumi was amazed. One of the men said that the hero had saved them, and now they are sincerely grateful for their help. He also added that the guy seemed to leave the forest, but did not resemble an adventure seeker. Why he was in the forest remained a mystery. The hero replied that when he woke up, he was already lying in the forest and remembered almost nothing, so he does not know how he was here. He believed that such a story was quite suitable for this situation. One of the men suggested that he apparently attacked the monsters. However, it seems to be fine with him. Suzumiya denied that it was not. The man called someone in the name of the crust. Sakan. A man with white hair and mustache came out of the carriage. He turned to Sumi, asking if he saved their caravan, and sincerely thanked for it. Then the man introduced himself. He was called Karak, and he was a merchant. When Suzumiya called his name, the man was surprised and asked to repeat him. For the second time, the guy said he could be called Kaed. The merchant said that if the hero has a loss of memory, he can help him. But he added, if there is money in Suzumiya, he will be able to confirm his person. However, the hero did not have money. Karak suggested that the hero lost his belongings in the forest and explained that without a person's identity, he would not be able to enter the city. He pulled the young man's purse with money, saying that it could be both a pledge and a contribution to the guild. When Suzumiya looked at the bag, he saw that she was filled with shiny silver coins. The young man asked if they were silver coins, but the merchant thought it was not enough. However, this was not the planning of the Suzumiya. It turned out that the guy also forgot about local currency. A girl with blonde hair in a black and white dress came out of the carriage. She approached and asked if he was Katie-san. The girl said her name is Sala. She works as an administrator of the guild of the city of Ain. She also suggested that you turn to it, Sally. The receptionist said she did not want to leave the suits here and offered to bring him with her. The merchant did not deny. When the young man sat in a trolley, Sally began to tell all over. She explained that they are going to the forest road near Ain now. Judging by her story, they were already approaching the forest, south of Ain. Usually, it is near this forest that monsters appear, so Sally and Merchant traveled with the guards. Suzumiya also learned about local money. Iron coins were the least valuable here, followed by silver, then gold, and the most expensive were big gold coins. Sally explained everything to him. She quickly decided that she would finish it, and Suzumiya thanked the girl for the explanation. Suddenly, something has fallen next to him. The hero noticed that there are many different things in this cart. He wondered why all this is being taken if there is an inventory in this world. He addressed the merchant with this thought and asked about it. He replied that only those who have magical abilities can be used by this skill. In inventory, time stops, which is very convenient for traders. However, magicians are always high-quality adventures, and hire them quite expensive. Suzumiya mentioned the analysis skill, which also allowed to hide his abilities and other important information. He decided that it was better to hide his rare talents so as not to attract extra attention. Finally, the car drove to the great gate. On the plate that hung above them, the name of the city, Anne. The guard who met them was in strong armor and held a long spear. He lazily yawned and asked to show the certificate. Kaed was a little confused, so Sally explained to him that he had no certificate. The guard was surprised, and then said that in this case they needed to leave 1 silver coin as a pledge, and he would give them something that can be taken with them. It was a large metal plate. Sally explained that this magic device evaluates the person who touches it, so as not to let in the robber. The girl explained that the money would be returned as soon as they present a guild card. But this was not the problem, because Carrick and Sakin have already paid a contribution for registration in the guild. Susamia thanked Sally and thought she was probably a very good person. When the young man touched the magical object, all his data appeared there: name, age, race, gender, magic level, and lack of criminal record. He looked at it and asked if he was a good thing before him, and thought he could read everything. Probably, thanks to his ability to understand language from another world. The hero was also convinced that he would be able to easily understand Sally. Apparently, he easily translates his words and vice versa. The guard replied that he did not see any problems. But suddenly he was surprised. He quickly rose and apologized for his impolite, learning that the young man had a name. It surprised everyone, even Sally. Then the guard noted that this young man probably was of a noble origin. Susamia realized that he was apparently perceived as a nobleman only because he had a name. Now, when they mentioned it, it became interesting. Isn't it that Carrick, Sag, and Sally called their names during dating? Maybe these were their full names, and only the nobles had the names. Opening the system, he was able to review Salia and Kadsan's skills. Susamaya realized that, as he suggested, they both had no name. The girl asked him to check her information about herself. She did not notice anything strange. There was only a name. When the guard looked again, he also did not see the name. The guard apologized for his mistake and once again greeted the guy. However, he just laughed. Suzumiya thought that apparently the guy intentionally hid his name with the help of analysis. The young man understood that he should be careful when talking about himself. Finally, they reached the gilding of the adventures, more precisely, to its department, which was located in the city of AE. Susie Miss stood at the registration rack. The girl who met him there was already going to repeat her words again. It was Sally. She thanked him once again for his help and told him that after registering as an adventure seeker, he would receive a guild card. It can be used as a person's certificate and set up in the guild assignment. The hero decided that he needed to make money for life in this world, so he was ready to pay for the registration contribution. Sally asked him to touch the box that had the same evaluation function as the gate. When Suzumiya touched the box, he immediately felt that even more information was hidden inside. The girl just smiled and thanked him. Suddenly there was a great surprise on her face, but when the hero asked if everything was fine, she replied that nothing had happened. Sally stuttered a little, but promised to tell about the features of the guild. She stressed that it is very important, so everyone should listen carefully. The girl handed him a guild card. She explained that the name, race, and gender was indicated from top to bottom. These data indicated the rank. The lowest rank is G and the highest. S. Sisum had a rank G. Sally explained that rank increase depends on the guild and is determined by the number of tasks completed, starting with rank D. Also, to get an increase, you need to take a special test from the guild. The girl explained that the third line of the card indicates his criminal record, but in reality, there can be only one word: a bandit. This is what everyone who has violated the law is called here. Sally explained that the fourth line shows the history of the tasks completed, and the fifth, the history of the defeated monsters. When the task is complete, it immediately appears on the map. If the hero wins the bandit, his name will appear in the list of defeated monsters. Sally also explained that even if the hero kills a bandit on a duel, he would not become a bandit himself. Susamia was very surprised that the bandits were equated with monsters here. The girl put her hand on her heart and decided that now it was necessary to find out if a real guild card was possible, because it was impossible to fake it. She warned him, if the hero tries to create at least one, he will immediately be executed. It was very frightened by Sumi. So, Sally finished explaining everything about the guild card and asked if there were any questions, but no one asked anything. Now he has become an adventure seeker. The girl asked Kaya where San always remembered her duties of a member of the guild. He promised it and thanked her for the explanation. After he left, another employee of this guild branch approached Sally and looked closely at her. She said that the girl was rarely called Sally and that she seems to have finally met a good man. Sally asked her to go back to work. But it was true. Sally really believed that she finally met the same. He seemed to her a person from another world. In addition, she possessed magic and was well aware of the martial arts. She had not yet been seen before. But the most important thing she felt, her heart suggested that Katie-san was her fate. When other girls tried to speak to her, she flew in her dreams. With the onset of the night, the city plunged into the silence, and Shizumiya settled to rest at a hotel that advised him a guard at the gate. The room was quite comfortable and cost inexpensive. Thinking, he called the window and saw that not only the green wolf, but also some unfamiliar grass lied in the inventory. The hero did not even hesitate when he rushed to help the guards in battle. Everything happened well, but in fact he could die. Sumya thought it was too inadvertently and decided to be more careful. In this world, there were bandits and even duels. Will he be able to survive here? In the morning, the hero went outside and stretched. It smelled of delicious food. He realized that he was hungry because he had not eaten anything from his arrival. Sumi finally realized where this smell came from and decided to go into the room. Welcome workers were already waiting for her. The room had many beautifully dressed girls. They all returned to Suzumiya and reported that he was their first guest today. Suzumiya was stunned. He was faced with elfie maids. He enthusiastically asked the menu or something like that. The girls replied that the menu was already lying on the table and assured that all the dishes here are delicious. Susumi was a little uncertainly in the hands of the menu and looked around, trying to understand whether it is really elfie or someone else. He recalled that there was nothing like this in his last world, and his anxiety was immediately dispelled. Looking around on girls, he thought that he would surely like this life. When the hero ate, it seemed to him that it was delicious, but now it's time to go to the guild and take some tasks. Susumi understood that if he wanted to explore the outskirts of the city, he would need equipment. He also knew that the money he received was not enough for a long time. After a while, sitting in the yard, he despair with his hands on his knees and quietly said that he got lost. Suzumiya felt as if he was accidentally punched into the abandoned terrain. He was terrible here, so he realized that he would have to talk to someone and find out how to get out of here as soon as possible. The young man knocked on the next door and gently opened them. Going inside, he immediately apologized for his unexpected arrival. He asked if they could help him get out of here. A man with a beard sitting near the door asked him to tell this place. Hearing this, the young man was scared and retreated back. Looking at this man, he thought he seemed giant, though he may have been a gnome. The hero replied that no one told him anything about this place, and he just wanted to know the way. The man replied that he was a weapon store, and if the guy was not interested in weapons, he better leave. Suzy could think that this man was not friendly at all, but in fact he was very fond of weapons. The hero replied that he thought about buying new weapons. Then the man wondered how much money he was willing to spend. Susa may answer that he has 13,000 coins, but he plans to earn even more. The man in response will say that for such money, he will not even buy a knife. However, noticing how the guy moves, he guesses that he has the ability to magic. The young man was surprised. Can this person really understand everything by simply watching his movements? He replied that when he woke up in the forest, he had a penny and remembered nothing. But the man interrupted him. They say, he is indifferent to other people's problems. But he emphasized that the fact that the guy survived in the forest made him stronger. The merchant suggested that a one-handed sword and a shield could be suitable. If he is interested, he can buy them for 15,000, but no one can tell anyone. The man explained that he did not expel the guy immediately because he saw his talent and thought that a good sword could grow from him. Suzumiya thought that he was paying attention, even if he behaves roughly. This may be inherent in the dwarfs. He promised to return as soon as he raises enough money. However, halfway he had to turn back. He still didn't know the road. He finally returned to the guild. There he was met by girls who were carrying a stack of books. The hero asked Sally to give him some tasks, and she promised to help. The girl dreamed of him, inviting him to follow. She explained that to take the task, it is enough to take the right request from the board and bring it. She advised to take tasks that meet your level. Since there was a rank E, he could collect herbs, work a loader, or perform simple manual work. Roy decided to choose herbs collection. Sally told him that it was necessary to find a very valuable grass called zunan. It is used as a remedy for bleeding. This plant is sold for only 30 televisions each. Suzumiya thought it was quite inexpensive. Sally replied that zonana grass is not uncommon. It is just very common, just growing in individual bundles. The problem is that poisonous grass grows around it. Because of this, it is very difficult to collect it. Sally explained that prices are low because most people bring herbs that are accidentally found. Suzumiya wondered how at all you could accidentally find medicinal herbs. Suddenly, he remembered the strange grass that lay in his inventory and showed her to the girl. Sally confirmed that it was really zunan grass. The hero realized that it was she who grew up in the forest where he was transferred. If you do not go far into the thicket, the monsters will not be dangerous for him. He thanked the girl for the explanation and said he now knew where to look for her. However, over time, he tired and said he could not find this herb. The hero, in despair, realized that he did not take into account one thing at all. Only the grass grew around, and all it turned out to be poisonous. He hoped that he could find something useful, even if the herb would taste strong, but in fact, it only caused abdominal pain. In addition, Suzumiya could not use the analysis skill. He wondered how to find zunanagras among all these plants. He closed his eyes and suggested that he may have something like a radar that would help to find the right plant. Whatever his efforts may be, the young man could not do anything. He confessed that everything was going wrong, but suddenly something was clicking. He lifted his head and saw a triangle in the sky. Suzumiya said he didn't know what it was for the sign. He came closer and noticed that Zugan's grass grows under the tree. The young man decided that if the grass is here, then he could find the plant itself nearby. Looking around, he noticed many triangles that were directed directly at the grass. He soon put a handful of this herb before Sally. She was surprised, and other workers were surprised with her. The girl said he had collected a lot. Did he really mix it all with poisonous grass? Then Suzumiya honestly replied that it was not true. He just took advantage of his skills. He added that he also fulfilled the request, and the stems were 15 centimeters longer. This grass seems to grow very quickly. Sally asked to wait a minute, and she quickly began to flutter in the grass. The girl said in surprise that there was really only zone and grass around. She wondered how he managed to collect 203 pieces and what he implies by his skills. The hero recalled that he had not yet had this skill during his verification. He started to justify himself a little, they say, then he just trusted his instincts to evaluate this grass. Sally leaned closer to him with light and said she was difficult for her to believe it. In addition, she clearly heard how he spoke about the evaluation skill. Suzumiya asked the girl to calm down. He was forced to admit that he really possesses this ability. He simply did not reflect in his status window. That is why he gathered so much. Sally apologized. She was so surprised that she was even lost. She has never heard of such skills that are not shown in the status window. The Suzumiya felt relieved, realizing that everything went smoothly. He thanked the girl and left. She waited for him and thought it was very mysterious. Soon Suzumiya returned to the yard again. He knocked on the door, and when he came inside, he said he had come to buy a shield. He screamed loudly to attract attention. The man in response ordered him to silence, go inside, and just wait. Looking around, the hero noticed a sign with the inscription. The man was called Dover EGG. In the meantime, he was busy with forging, holding something with ticks, carefully lowered it into cold water. The man lowered a strip of steel into the water, and she immediately began to steam. The hero was surprised by such a reaction. Then the man straightened and said that he finally completed the case. He turned to the young man and asked if there was money. He replied that he would just have enough for a shield, and he still owns magic, so such a shield would be useful to him. The Yard was surprised to ask how he could use magic. After all, with such abilities for magic, he could become a sword, and otherwise he would have to replace the sword with a charming staff. He said he really has a talent for magic, but the hero still asked if the staff should be used. The man replied that he had never met a man with such a talent. Although the young man could be spell even without a magic stick, it was difficult to focus on the spell. The Devori noted that magic is truly powerful and without staff, but does not make sense if you cannot hit the enemy. The hero believed that the spell of the spell was much faster. He realized that he could hit his goal with his magic even without a staff, because he has a high speed. But if the girl becomes even more agile with the staff, then he will have to become even stronger. Susie Maya decided that he would have to buy staff later. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a man who advised not to relax and added that he saw many talented people who died because of carelessness. He thought that this man was really good. Dover, have I already suggested that this young man try to keep the shield? But it turned out that this thing was too difficult, so the man offered another. He could immediately agreed, they say, this is really better. He also thought that Pri watched again and understands everything. Finally managed to find a suitable shield. Susamaya said that this shield was really up to his face, and he looks great. It seemed that the shield became a continuation of his body, and the gnome swing was a true master of his own business. But there was one thing that had to be discussed. The hero came to the dwarf to talk about the sword. The gnome wondered if the hero had some special wishes. The hero just wanted to find out if the man hardened. He was curious about how the creation process was going on. This question was very surprised by the dwarf. He offered to heat the sword after the impact and then cool it quickly. That's how Susumiya thought. But the sword had a deformed shape. The dwarf assumed that it could be brittle. He cautiously knocked on the blade with his finger. He was very surprised. The sword was strong and firm. The man admires that he was a real miracle. Dwarf said he realized how it was working. According to him, distortions can be removed by softening the sword, but he worried that the sword could easily break due to excessive hardness. The hero suggested trying to heat the sword over low heat and then slowly cool it, maybe so the blade would become softer. However, he confessed that he did not know the exact temperature for this. The gnome replied that he understood everything. He confessed that he did not know where the young man learned it, but it seemed interesting to him. He said he is currently closing his store because he wants to test. The man advised the young man to return in 2 days and promised, if he was able to aroke a good sword, he would give him the boy just like that. Going, the young man thought that the service was really bad here, but now everything seems to have been settled, and the man looks pleased. The next day, Suzumiya went to the city. He was curious about what they were talking about the day before, so he decided to see for himself what he was busy with adventurers in the city. Sus was not going to apply evaluation on them, so I just looked for the information you need. He believed that local people would hardly reach even 30 levels. Surprisingly, the difference between Manga and other adventure seekers was not so big. There were neither the magic nor the martial arts here among the beginners, and most magicians had only one element. Also, in the city, there was no specialized store. The clothes in this world were also special. Surprisingly, it could simply be washed with plain water. It was very convenient. Susumiya thought that it would be easier for him to wash his clothes himself. In addition, he really wanted to swim. It made him remember the old world which he gave him. When Susumiya was collecting Zunan's grass, she noticed she was already in the evening and became dark around. He bowed his head, thinking that he was too fond of searching for this grass and, perhaps, it is better to return home. But suddenly something attracted his attention. The young man barely had time to dodge the green wolf, who suddenly jumped on him with a growl, as if he grew out of the air. He clenched his fists and looked around. The young man decided that the green wolf had gone too far into the woods. If he shot when he landed, everything could have happened differently. Susamaya decided to use a fiery ball. He kissed the wolf, but there was a surprise on his face because 2 more wolves ran to him from afar. They were growing up and behaving aggressively. I was holding a shield in my hand, watching them carefully. Looking back, he saw that his dogs were surrounded on all sides. There were at least 4 of them. They all roared and rushed at him. Suzume released a fiery ball. After that, he heard a level of raising the level and realized that only 2 dogs left to cope with. But when he noticed that only 1 wolf was attacking him, it seemed strange to him. He has not yet had time to think where the second wolf, as he had already jumped directly at him. The young man barely had time to lift the shield. The wolf immediately rushed at him, scratching his paws and leaving scratches. At the same time, the second wolf attacked him. The hero laughed quietly. He thought that the use of magic only need to imagine it in thoughts, and then it would appear. He mentioned his stone spear and decided to use it. At the same time, all the lists of spending came to life, broke out of place, and flew in different directions, accurately involving each of the wolves. The wolves flew in different directions and, scratching the earth with claws, tried their best to stay in place. Susamaya got up and exhaled lightly. He realized that he almost missed something important. Everything was on the verge. Soon the young man surprised everyone around himself again. This time, not only members of the guild felt the surprise. He approached Sally again and put a huge recess of the grass, which he sought throughout the day. She counted them and said that there were 697 Zunanagras reserves here. The girl was asleep, not finding words. She confessed that she has long learned not to use common sense when it was about Suzume. She asked if the young man was collecting it all day, because he would receive only 20,910 phones for his work. He lowered his head and acknowledged that it was true. He was so fond of gathering herbs that he did not even notice how he brought far into the woods and only miraculously survived the attack of a pack of green wolves. Sally was scared. She asked the hero if he was fine with him, and he replied that everything was well with him, though he had just killed 5 wolves. Sally asked if he really used magic because it looked extremely. She also said that magic usually did not help when meeting a lot of monsters, and asked how he managed to win them. Susmieva was surprised when he heard it. He explained that he just evaded, and also used his shield to repel attack with magic. Sally replied that it is not easy, because first you need to focus and not move about 3 seconds to apply magic. She explained, if you use a shield to protect, it would be worth focusing. Susamaya thought he had heard similar words earlier because the reprint San said something similar. The girl said that the most important thing, he was really in order. She added that if he needed a potion or a healing spell, she could call a sorcerer, but Suzumiya felt well. He thought that healing spell was useful, so he decided to learn more about magic. The young man believed that he replenished the manu by more than 2 units per minute. Therefore, using simple spells would be stupid. He decided that he needed strong magic, and it may be useful for treatment. He clenched his fists confidently. Susumi decided that he would now develop magic. He put his hand on his heart and decided that his goal was to become a magician swordsman using his own abilities. Susamio went into the woods to test his magic. Now he needed magic to search because he knew little about these places. He decided to show it as if he were releasing his magic outside, standing in the heart of the circle. He imagined how charming energy comes out of his palm and reaches the nearest tree. As the magic touched the tree, Susamia felt it and even said aloud that he could feel his bark. He rejoiced and said he seemed to understand everything. Susamia decided to try to expand her consciousness. He saw animals and snakes, fruits, birds, and grass. For him, it was too many impressions at the same time, and the guy realized that he could not handle it. He found himself on the ground and thought that he would not be able to apply it in a real battle. His head was overwhelmed by his thoughts, and it seemed that she would now explode from excess information. He sat down on the ground and wondered. It may have happened because he never decided what he wanted to find. The hero decided to try again. He put his hand on his forehead and wanted to distribute magical energy around him. To do this, he applied an analysis of information to better control the flow of force. When he succeeded, the young man noticed that the way of manifestation of magic had changed. A window appeared in front of him like a round card, but it depicted only the item he was looking for. However, the radius of action was limited. He put cards on top of each other to find different objects in one place, and everything coincided perfectly. He gladly announced that the primitive radar is now ready. This magic seemed to be the magic of perception. The young man thought that he would need magical glasses to increase the range of action, and to store this range, money was needed. Now he was convinced that he would no longer jump by surprise. Suzum remembered how 3 days ago Doravaxan promised to turn the sword as soon as he was ready. It seems time to visit it and find out more about the hardening process. When he appeared on the threshold of the forge and asked if his sword was ready, Gnome replied that everything was already done. The man said that the hardening was capable of amazing things. The usual coal, smelled iron was already strong, but after the hardening it became even stronger. The guy guessed that the iron, which he said, was meant steel. This meant that the blacksmith could use forged iron or something like that. Forged iron does not change after the hardening is as noticeable as steel. Kaval said that once he promised to give the sword for free, why not take the guy that he was amazing yesterday? The over added that this is one of his best works, and the guy can use the sword until he receives special material. The blacksmith stretched the boy's sword and suggested trying to wave him. On the face of the master read the pleasure of his own work. The young man carefully took the sword into his hands and even tried to assail. He believed that he could not treat the sword. The young man grabbed his arms with both hands and rushed forward. His blow was truly impressive. He was surprised how easily he managed to move. The blacksmith was happy to scratch his beard. The man noted that because Sumya holds and waves his sword, it does not look like a newcomer. He thought that this guy was probably still a swordsman, even before his memory loss, because he has a good sword and has the potential to become stronger. The young man laughed quietly, mentally admiring his extraordinary talent for the martial arts. He thought it was something incredible. He told Kaval that the sword lies well in his hand, but he was not sure if he could handle him. The man who stroked the beard replied, "This is a small fee for now. He can make the best swords." He added that this young man taught him something similar to a secret technique. Then he asked if he was really ready to share this special skill for free. The young man replied that he was even indifferent if this technique was spread, because all the techniques are created to use them. He thought that in any case, it would not be worse for him. Gnome replied that these were good words for a young guy, and promised that if he needed help in the future, he would definitely support. He also thought that the young man was not at all like a magician. But why did he never see the guy in armor? Susamya was so fond of the shield that he completely forgot about the need to wear armor. He said that it would be very much easy armor so that they do not restrict movements. The blacksmith replied that leather armor is best suited for this. He added that he himself is only engaged in armor of sheet metal, but knows the master who works well with the skin. Having said that, he sent the young man to him. When Jumia came out of the forge, he wondered whether this gnome would look like an egg, san, or still not. When he entered the room, he was met by the girl in the apron. She wondered in Susmia whether he was a beginner among adventurers. The hero thought that this girl was like an administration worker. He replied that he was really an adventure seeker and added that he had sent him for this armor. The girl who saw him paid attention to Suzumet's sword. She immediately guessed who could create this weapon and asked her to look. The young man stretched her sword without hesitation. He was sure that she noticed all these small details. The girl looked carefully at the weapon. Suddenly, she threw a piece of cloth up. Even before he fell, she cut him in half with her sword. The girl noticed that the sword was really very sharp, so Zimi thought whether she was doing the right things. He noticed that there was no one in the room. Is this the same master that everyone was talking about? The girl added that the sword really amazed this gnome, and for the first time she sees such incredibly quality steel. Suzuma noticed that the girl was calling herself. In the meantime, she said that a good sword also needs reliable armor. All she had to do was find out what material the guy wanted to make her. When he wondered what materials can be made of armor, the craftsman pointed to the wall where samples of materials hang. She explained that one of them is garden skin. The girl said that this skin costs about 15,000 bodies, but she protects perfectly, much lighter than iron armor, and has no particular drawbacks. This material is one of her beloved. She said that there is a cheaper option, the skin of the green wolf, but it protects worse and is easily damaged by fire. The teacher explained that even the simplest fiery magic can be a real disaster for someone who wears such armor, so she did not recommend choosing wolf skin. The girl explained that she simply had no other choice, because she had already made an armor from the materials that clients brought. Therefore, most likely, I had to use the skin from the curtains. Suzumiya agreed with her. The craftsman said that for the most part, she sells equipment for newcomers, so he should not keep expensive things extra money. The hero noticed that she was proud of it, but could not understand why. He noticed in the corner of the armor room. They were black, and the gray cloak fell beautifully on one shoulder. The girl touched her cheek uncertainly. She said that this armor itself activates protective magic, using the owner's magical energy without its permission. However, most people cannot maintain this magic for longer than half an hour, so armor simply stands in the store as a decoration. So the armor just stood in the store as a decoration. Suzumiya believed that the armor that uses the magical energy of its owner is perfect for him. Using his ability to determine the properties of things, he immediately noticed that it was a prototype of magical protective clothing that absorbed 20 units of magic per hour. The hero understood this power will be enough to restore it. Then the young man decided to ask how well this armor protects and how much it costs. The girl replied that the armor is as strong as the skin of garden fruits, so the price of it is about the same. She crossed her arms on her chest and, markedly worried, asked if Suzumiya was going to buy this armor. The girl said she didn't advise to do it. The hero replied that he just wanted to test armor, and if they were unsuccessful, he would buy himself leather protection. The craftsman smiled and, thinking a little, replied that in this case everything should be well. She quickly removed the measures and reported that the armor would be ready for tomorrow, so Suzumiya should come when the evening bell sounds. Before going, he asked if there was something for sale other than armor. He explained that today I would like to buy staff. The girl replied that if he needed a stick, then you should look at the magic shop nearby. At this point, a buzz came in the air. In space, black spots appeared, and with them began to grow real doors that climbed up from the floor. The door opened, and a girl in a high black hat appeared on the doorstep, holding a charming staff. She asked if she was called here. The artist annoyedly said that no one went to her workshop without permission. The new visitor was surprised to ask why it is not possible if everything is fine. Suzumiya was surprised by such a reaction. He realized that a real magician before him, and even the girl looked as mysteriously as a magician. She smiled and introduced. She was called Aura. She turned to Sami and asked if he needed this staff. The craftsman answered in the affirmative, explaining that she really needs him. She also added that her son was advised this place of the new moon. The hero thought in surprise that he did not suspect how well known was this thymus. Arag grabbed the guy by the hand and said that in that case he just needed to go with her to the store. He pulled him behind. She added that she sells many different things there. Leading him and the craftsman through the door, Susumi engulfed admiration. He was greeted by spiral stairs and charming lanterns that hung under the ceiling. Aura brought him to the wall where different staff stood and asked what kind of staff Zemia would like for herself. He said in confusion that there were too many species and asked how they were different. Ra replied that the longer the stick was, the faster the magic became. She took one of the sticks and explained, "The longer the stick, the harder it is to control it, so it is better to choose the one that is convenient for you. Usually the standard length is from 60 to 120 centimeters." The sorceress removed the staff from the wall and explained that it was a slow version. Its length is 60 centimeters, and when used, the speed increases tenfold. In addition, this staff is very convenient when there is little space around. Susais nodded, making it aware that he had taken into account, and wondered if there was a staff that triples speed. These words and Aura and Tanner were surprisingly surprising. Aura said that she did not have a kind of staff, because it would not be useful. Such a small enemy will not be damaged. In addition, its length is only 20 centimeters. Sozumi replied that his magic is already fast enough and without staff, so triple acceleration will be enough. He added that if you use a shield and a sword, the staff will have to be smaller so it will not interfere. The audience laughed when the young man said that she would fight a sword and a shield. She said he was a very interesting person, so she will be able to make such a staff for tomorrow. But she warned that she would not be responsible if this staff proved to be in vain. Susumiya realized that his words were amazing. He remembered how Sally said that the use of magic should be focused. Now it became clear why there were so few magical swordsmen in this world. The hero thought that in any case he would be satisfied if the aura could make a rod for him, which he dreams of. Sememia showed one of the sticks and asked if it should be shortened by 20 centimeters. In response, Aura exploded with laughter. Laughing, she explained that the rods have different functions in each part, so they cannot be made shorter. The guy did not understand anything from this answer, but decided that it is probably normal, not to understand everything. Aura could not calm himself down, and Susumiya was convinced that his equipment would be ready tomorrow. He was looking forward to it. Soon Sally approached the hero. She wanted to talk to him about raising. When the guy asked about it again, she said that she also wanted to find out about Zunan's grass and a case with green wolves. Sally added that Kate's contribution to Guild is already considered sufficient to increase. But later it turns out that to increase the level of adventurers need to have some experience and at least once complete one usual task. Sally advised Cassine, "If he wants to get an increase, then you should try yourself as a loader, cleaner, or nanny." Susumiya nodded that he understood and approached the boards with tasks. At its level, it was necessary to perform tasks such as cleaning of garbage or carrying goods. But suddenly, something attracted the attention of the hero. He chose the task and shared it from Sally. She replied that it was a pretty strange choice. It transported iron ore. She said it should not be a problem, because it is a common task, but it did not like it, just as to collect Zononagra. Sally explained that given the weight and distance, this task is considered more complicated than others. She wondered if the hero wanted to take up this work. Susumiya thought that this task seemed not worth the effort, but still replied that he had an inventory, so everything should be fine. He asked Sally if she knew how the inventory capacity changes. She replied that this apparently depends on the maximum number of magic points when the inventory opens for the first time. Susumiya thought and realized that the number of places in his inventory depends on his initial magic points. He had exactly 1,012 cells, and everyone could accommodate only a limited number of things. He wondered how many more things could fit into his inventory. This request looked to the hero as a real luck. So he decided to accept this mission. Soon, Suzumiya was running, breathing hard, and some animal with long ears barely had time to jump away from the fright. He thought that at that speed could even overtake the Olympic marathon. Now the hero ran at a speed of 20 kilometers per hour. Suzumiya realized that after raising the level could run without stopping all day, although he did not want to do it at all. Here he met a man who carried something in his hands. The hero addressed him, explaining that he was performing the guild task. The man in response asked to show him a map of the guild. Looking at everything, the man said it really looks plausible. Then he handed over a piece of iron ore to the young boy and allowed him to pick up as much as he could make. Initially, a man with a paddy thought that this young traveler looks brittle and weak. He seemed not to cope with this road, but suddenly fear and surprise appeared on his face. He asked how many things now Sumi can put in his inventory. Susumiya replied that about 1,500 kilograms. The man asked in surprise whether his equipment was really so great, and added that even he could not raise more than 200 pounds. Then Susumiya realized that it was the usual size for inventory. He replied that his inventory, most likely, larger than others, and he did not know how many more things can fit there. The man replied that there were not enough loaders for several reasons, so he would be very grateful if the hero helped with the transportation of ore in the future. Susumiya would be very pleased. In the end, one place was filled. It weighed 2,012 kilograms. The man said it was really a lot. But even so, the Susumiya was able to collect ore. The man was very surprised by this result. The hero replied that it was only one filled slot, and more than 1,000 others remained free. The man asked if he was not just the embodiment of a chest or something like that, although he really wants to be a real person. In the melting, someone called the chief, asking to look at Sumi and the ore he brought. He unloaded all the ore that he brought, and in total it was about 10 tons. The man who met the hero said in surprise that the storage was already full and asked how many times he came. The hero replied that it was only his first time. Susumiya thought he could take even more, but the man stopped it when the 5th compartment was filled. He was explained that if the hero takes something else, it would not have enough space. When the guild's assessment finally ended, the guy was rank F. Sally could not believe the documents that it was written that he had transferred 10 tons. The next day, Susumiya went to the merchants. The armor was perfect for him, but Ora did not believe that a short rod could be useful. Zama said that this is enough. Finally, his equipment was completely ready. The girl laughed and gave the staff. He placed himself in both palms. When the hero noted that the staff was very sweet, the girl laughed even harder. So the Susomi was fully armed and ready. It's time to try it all in a real battle. He was going to go far deep into the forest. Here the young man slowed down because his radar began to signals. Looking back, he noticed a flock of green wolves around him. In fact, there were not 2 or 3 of them. A large flock spread over the lawn, and the backs of these creatures covered the entire space around. Suzume realized that they could be more than 300, and maybe all 500. He doubted that he would be able to cope with so many enemies. On the other hand, if they start following him, he can involuntarily lead them directly to the city. The hero realized that he had no choice, so he decided to use his abilities and came into battle. He decided to use the potion to accelerate the recovery of magical energy, which has long been out of business in the magic shop. This potion accelerated the natural recovery of magical forces 10 times for 3 hours. For ordinary magicians, this item was in vain, but Susumiya was not a regular witch and could benefit from it. He waved his hand, and stone spears flew to the wolves. Their muzzles were skewed with surprise. Susumiya happily exclaimed that he had everything. Exploring magic, he learned about 5 important things about her. He understood that he could direct more magical power into his spell, increasing his power, although the area of the lesion was almost not increased. The hero decided that it was enough to use a few spells, so he launched a fireball. The green wolves rushed into the fire and the failure, and Susumiya, meanwhile, did not stop attacking them with stone spears. The wolves were threatening when they were attacked, but did not stop and decisively made their way to Susumiya. The young man created a sword in his hand and rushed into battle, hiding behind the shield. He flew rapidly through the bench of green wolves, robbing the sword, and was able to defeat several of them. In the end, his clothes were torn and all in black spots. The hero only sighed and said that it had to wait for green wolves. He was sitting on a stone surrounded by defeated monsters and said that everyone was going straight to him. Susumi ran his finger on the scratch on the cheek. He said it was only 3 minutes. The hero added that he spent these 3 minutes in vain. During this time, many of his skills have improved. The young man thought that there were really a lot of wolves. They were as many as 513, and it struck him because he did not expect that they were gathering so large flocks. He said it no longer matters, and he just needs to go back to Sally-san. But at first he had to gather all the wolves. The forest was filled with heavy steps and a loud roar. A strange monster in the armor appeared between the trees, waving his thick tails. Sally was surprised to ask the young man if he really killed as many as 513 green wolves. She asked him where he found so many wolves. Semiya replied that he had come across them when only 15 minutes wandered the forest. Then he wondered if it was really strange to meet such a large flock. Sally replied that green wolves are usually not going to be such large flocks. She added that the 100 in a pack was still considered a normal amount, but 500 is not. The hero thought that he was not lucky or maybe lucky because he gained considerable experience. Sally sighed and said that fortunately the hero was safe. She asked if he wanted to sell her prey because she could buy 100 pieces. The hero thought and agreed to sell 100. The next day he came to the blacksmith again and asked to check the condition of his sword and shield. The blacksmith gladly agreed to help. Looking at the sword, the man noticed that the guy was hunting for green wolves and seemed to have been doing it for more than 2 days. He added that the scratches on the shield showed that it was made by green wolves, and on the sword it was clear that he had won a lot of monsters. In addition, the sword looked as if hundreds of monsters were destroyed. When the blacksmith saw the young man for the first time, he could not think that he was capable of such an act. Susumiya did not think before how amazing can be amazing. He replied that in his opinion, he used the sword correctly, so his level increased. This is a splife, that even so, the guy is unlikely to grow so much to own the sword better. When the sword was repaired, the blacksmith gave it to the hero. He explained that he helped only because the shield was not broken yet, and advised the hero to watch the shield and protect it. Many still advised him to change the sword to another. Suzuki surprised it. The blacksmith explained that although the sword is strong enough, it is not iron, and it is noticeably weaker than a weapon of special metal, and given the capacity of the hero, he should have a spare sword with him. Susumiya replied that he understood everything and suggested that the material of rare monsters could be like something like a dragon. He asked how much a dragon sword would cost. The blacksmith replied that if it was a real dragon sword, then less than 4 billion phones would not give. Sudza was very surprised. The blacksmith explained that the dragons have only 5 parts of the body from which you can expel the sword. He also added that the dragons are so rare that legends go about them, and it is simply impossible to determine their true price. If a dragon appeared somewhere, some countries could be destroyed, and a real chaos would begin in the world. Susumi realized that it was very difficult to get the material from the dragon, so he asked which material would be the best for the sword. The blacksmith replied that if the sharpness was important, it is better to use the metal of the iron lizard to make the sword. Susamiya asked who it was. The blacksmith replied that it was a B-level monster, a large lizard, all covered with strong metal. He said that the metal that covers their skin is the material from which swords are made. But these creatures are so strong that ordinary swordsmen can oppose them. He said that if a guy wants a sword of such material, then the price will start with 5 million. In addition, metal lizards are more durable than dragons. Sisiamiya thought the lizards were really strong, but it didn't matter because it would not happen to any of them. He said that even if he decides to hunt them, it would be short. The next day, Suzumiya came to the guild gate again, but they were closed. The announcement states that all adventurers capable of fighting should go to the forest gate. Many people gathered at the gate, including Sally-san. It was the Suzumiya to find out what had happened. She said that after the news about the appearance of green wolves, which were spread yesterday, several adventurers went to know the situation. They found out that a whole flock monsters moving right to the city. She thanked Suzumiya for giving them time to prepare. The hero realized that they were collecting companions to go to the battle with the monsters together. Since Sally told, he realized that it was a large group of monsters. It is good that they noticed its appearance in time. He asked if it was only a defensive battle. Sally replied that only the gate would not work out, because among the monsters were the Governors. They were famous for powerful breakthroughs. Therefore, Suzumiya had to go to the forefront, help to fight, and then get her reward. Then Suzumiya asked if they really wanted to send a newcomer to the front. Sally replied that this guy is one of the strongest adventurers in the city, although he recently joined the guild. Since there were only weak monsters around, their guild also remained weak, so they needed help with Sesam. The hero replied that in this case you would do nothing, and he understood everything. Sally thanked him for his help and said that he would become one of the strongest pillars that support their plan. Several men approached the girl and said they were ready. She replied that she understood everything and sent them together with Kade-san to the front. But she did not have time to agree, as Suzumiya had already rushed from the place and disappeared among the trees. Did he think about how he could send him to the front and not injure? It was impossible, and probably was waiting for him too much. However, the hero loved this city very much and believed that it was a good opportunity to gain experience. He was ready to protect the city from the attack. His radar signaled loudly. Many white points appeared on the screen. He saw green wolves. He decided to deal with those monsters first who were close enough to get them with his blow. After that, he decided to take advantage of magic to defeat the green wolves. The test chants were hostile and behaved, but the hero became more magical, so he was convinced of his victory. Suddenly, he was forced to look away from the green wolves because he heard blows, and when he turned, he saw a monster like a huge boar. The hero caused a stone spear. Several of his weapons pierced the monster, forcing him to squeeze the hoof into the ground and slow down. But the monster did not stop, which surprised Sumi. When the hero realized that this monster was spoken by Sally-san, he decided to take advantage of the recognition skill. As he expected, 7 stone spears needed to reduce Gargan's health by only 30%. With the same spears, he would easily deal with 10 wolves. But suddenly Gorgon roared and fell. His vital energy fell to 0. The hero was surprised, thinking if Gorgon had received a deadly wound. Otherwise, he could not lose 70% of health at once. He decided that it did not matter because he was more interested in how the monsters were moving. He noted that unlike the green wolves he had recently met, these monsters ran before him. They seemed to be running away from someone or something, so he had to find out what the reason for this behavior. Jumping high above the forest, Suzumiya hanged in the air for a moment and saw that all animals were really rushing in one direction. He fell to the ground and saw something great between the trees. It lowered a huge paw directly to the wolf, almost completely covering it with its claws. Evaluating this monster, Suzumiya realized that it was a large lizard with a large supply of power. He said loudly that he finally came across the iron lizard he mentioned earlier. Her vitality was weaker than Garad Gan, but she had a strong iron armor. So Suzumiya decided that he did not want to fight himself, and it is best to go back to report everything. But the lizard noticed him and began to growl. Suzumiya realized that he was exposed and tried to pretend how quickly she could run. He wondered if he could escape from her. Suzumiya flew sharply and turned. He noticed that the lizard almost caught up with him and thought he might have had to retreat. This lizard was nicknamed the Killer of the Swordsman because her strong skin was so firm that a regular attack like a stone spear did not harm her at all. Suzuki lifted his staff and pretended to convey 10 magic units per second to magic. If you keep this feed for a whole minute, you can create a large fiery ball. The fiery ball hit the lizard. Sumi was stunned. The monster did not receive any damage and even continued the attack. The hero barely had time to escape. The lizard swung its scaly tail and attacked. Suzumiya tried to evade, but the lizard still affected his leg. The hero grabbed his leg. He immediately realized that the lizard touched it and broke the bone. It is good that he was already able to use healing magic. However, the hero was aware that it is too early to relax, because if he loses consciousness, everything would end very badly for him. He mentioned blacksmith Aru, Sally, elves, and realized that he could not allow this monster to enter the city. He was already ready to finally deal with the monster, but his arsenal had no magic that could punch the enemy's protection, so he had to invent a new spell using the magic of lightning. However, when he reached out with the shield, nothing happened. The young man wondered if something else was needed to turn his unusual imagination into reality. Lizier slammed the tail next to the hero, and the situation seemed hopeless to him. But here he remembered one important thing. Unlike the battle on the sword, magic can be accumulated to make it more powerful. He heard that it was a projectile designed for better punching. The explosive force for him was not the main one. It was important that he flew very quickly and acted with pressure. The hero realized that this is the only way to break through the protective armor of the heart. He had to use the magic he learned during training, and the name of this magic was pressure. Susumi decided to put everything on the map, asking both the sword and the staff at the same time. He decided to put all his residual points in this spell. But for 15 minutes I had to wait for the plan. The adventurer believed that if he realizes how the lizard behaves, he would be able to avoid evading her rapid attacks without problems. By the way, thanks to his combat skills, he was able to read the monsters of the monster, to predict where it will swing the tail, and in time to beat his blows. It was finally 15 minutes. All the preparations are over. It's time to attack. The judgments only had to decide which part of the reservation it is best to hit. He decided that the back of the lizard was a place where the enemies almost did not get. It was there that the hero decided to strike. He shouted loudly and rushed to the attack. The hero announced that he was his powerful, decisive blow. Magical power gathered in his hands. It was the magic of pressure, similar to a funnel that narrowed down. From this, Lizard expelled his back with an arc. Falling on the ground, Suzumiya wondered in surprise, did he really do it? His radar gave a signal, and the lizard lay on the ground. The hero was convinced that he defeated the monster on his own. Returning to the city, Suzumiya looked carefully around to make sure everything is calm. The radar was silent, and it seemed that the monsters led by the iron lizard retreated. He hoped that Sally and others remained intact. The girl called him by his name and sighed lightly, thanking God that he was alive. He asked why they decided he had died. Sally replied that they thought so because he rushed forward, and then it was not visible even after the monster disappeared. She wondered where Suzumiya, and said she was worried about him. He apologized and thought that she became very sensitive because of one adventure seeker. The hero reminded Sally that she told him to go to the front. In response, Sally explained that she asked him to join others on the forefront, not to rush into danger. The young man realized that if you think well, everything really looks like that. Sally asked what he did when the monster retreated. The Suzuma replied that after a fight with an iron lizard, he checked everything around. This answer was very surprised by the girl. She said it was bad and must be notified by the magicians. But although there were only 5 magicians in the city, the hero replied that he was not worth worrying, because he had already managed to defeat the lizard. He said he thinks the monsters retreated because he dealt with her. The girl was so impressed that she could not utter a word. Finally, she replied that she just forgot. He was a magician who possesses a sword, so nothing is surprising. Then she wondered if Code Sane was used by the magic of the wind. The girl said that in order to defeat the lizard, a team of magics is needed not lower than the rank of C. They lift the lizard into the air with the help of the magic of wind and win it there. And how did Suzumiya be able to overcome his own? The hero replied that he just punched her armor with magic, but the girl did not believe him. At that time, Suzumiya suggested looking at the lizard that he was in inventory. Sally was surprised to see what a great lizard was, and wondered what then with the hero's inventory. He replied that his inventory is larger than others. Then the girl asked if the lizard should have a hole on her back. When she began to look, Jumia approached and cautiously lifted her in her arms, offering her help. On the second floor, Sally said she was amazed because she had never heard of magic that she was able to create something so big before. She concluded that the magic of the suction is different from ordinary magic. She thanked him for saving her from a lizard and promised to tell the head of the department. Susumi said they would still see, but the girl invited him to go with her. I was sitting at the table when the man suddenly hit his head against the table and shouted that he was very guilty. The hero did not know how to react to him. He addressed the man to the question of whether he was the chief in this department and added that he did not quite understand what was happening. The man replied that they have long noticed the strange behavior of the monsters. He said it was a sign of the appearance of a very strong monster, but did nothing for that. So, their leader is responsible for this event, and if it were not Sumi, many people would have died. The young man thought that winning the iron lizard would be really difficult, and there is almost no money to solve this problem. He sighed and said that you probably did nothing. Guild leader asked. He asked the boy not to tell anyone what had happened, because he was afraid that it could cause unnecessary excitement. Susumi asked what he was in mind. The man replied that the guild would sooner or later announce it, but the city is already walking so many rumors that everyone is so excited. It is unlikely that anyone will believe that the lizard was able to overcome one only adventure seeker. In addition, the leader of the guild suggested that the hero leave the body of a lizard, and if Sumi wants, it may even announce it. However, the hero abandoned this proposal. He asked if it was possible to tell a good thing about this find to make a lizard weapon. The man was surprised that the hero recognized him, and replied that it would not be a problem, because the gnome almost did not communicate with others. But there were no equipment in the guild to handle the iron lizard, and it was necessary to look for in other cities. Suzumiya was surprised to hear such news. Guild leader confirmed that in the southeast there is a minor town of Dwarf where you can find equipment that can do it. It was a blacksmith named Erera. Suzumiya thought that local monsters seemed to guard the gardens. He decided to go there. The hero realized that traveling this world is more comfortable at night, and to relax in the afternoon. Since the departure still remained time, he decided to say goodbye to those who helped him. In addition, it seemed that Difer already knew the young man would soon go on a trip. Susama smiled at Sally, putting a handful of Zunana in front of her. She turned to him in the name and waited for answers. The girl wondered if something happened to the head of the department. He replied that nothing special happened. He just decided to leave the city. The young man was going to go to the Irera to create a new weapon. He wondered if the adventure often travels such routes. The girl replied that this is quite familiar. But when Katie would go to live in another city, she got married. Suzumiya reassured her, saying that there was nothing to worry about. The wolves gathered so much because of the iron lizard, but it has already won it, so the city no more threatens even without its presence. Sally replied that everything was clear to her, and wondered if he wanted to sell the grass to the Zonian. Susumi thought that he was truly lucky to get into this world and meet such a good person as Sally San. The hero thought he would like this girl once again to become for him who gave the task. He thanked her for everything. He reached out Sally Sani a branch of Zunan's grass and said he hopes to meet again. She smiled happily, took a branch, and Prostoy said that they would still meet somewhere else. On the 5th day after Sudumaya, he looked at the radar and remembered that the road from Ain to Herrera on horseback usually takes about 10 days. But suddenly, he saw the valley and the mountains and thought it could be a bug. Judging from the distance, he will take about an hour to get there. Surprisingly, it moves twice as fast as a horse, apparently thanks to long workouts. The radar suddenly made a sound, and Susama noticed that several people were going forest, although there was a road nearby. Susamiya decided to meet these people personally. He saw on the ground a child who was tied, and several men sat nearby. He thought that it was probably robbers. In this world, so called those who committed the crime. If you meet these people, you should immediately inform the guild, or, if you can, deal with them. They say that these scoundrels stole the baby from the Herrera, so it is necessary to act immediately. First of all, check everything properly. The hero took advantage of his ability to recognize people and realized that these 6 were really bandits, as he suspected. Suzumiya noted that it would be his first battle with people. Here, one of the robbers rose to leave, and the comrades asked him where he was going. But suddenly everyone raised their heads. They began to be interested in the sound. One of them instructed the other to go and check what happened, and everyone had to agree with it. A man in a fur cape noticed a stone spear that was stuck in a tree. On the branch above him sat, and as soon as the opportunity fell, she jumped out straight to him. During the jump, he applied the magic of pressure, and his rivals fell without even touching him. Other robbers did not even have time to understand what had happened, and began to look around. Seeing the rowing, they asked who he was in surprise. He rowed in response and thought he wanted to just catch them, but he overdone because his magic turned out to be too strong. For some reason, he did not feel repentance, because this world was not safe. But the most important thing now was a baby. He opened her system window and noticed that the girl was under the action of forceful hypnosis. Even using his magic, the young man could not understand what forced hypnosis was, but hoped that it could be cured. He went to the city, holding it in his hands, and all people looked at them in surprise. A man with a beard braided in 2 braids exclaimed that Suzumiya had done something to his daughter as Sazi. Noticing the suspicion of the eyes of others, he asked them to wait. The hero said that he had just saved her from bandits in the next forest. The girl seems to be influenced by forced hypnosis. The boys said that if so, let Azumiya trust them, because forced hypnosis is easily treated with herbs. The father rushed to her daughter rapidly, worrying for her. The dark-haired young man apologized, explaining that the father was very worried about the girl because she went to the forest in the morning and still did not return. In addition, gnomes are always known for their inflammatory nature. A man with a beard apologized for his recent behavior and introduced himself as a son of Zhu. He thanked the girl for the salvation of her daughter and promised that Suzumiya would always help if she needed something from the city. The hero was happy and immediately asked him to take him to the store to handle the iron lizard. However, instead, Gnome suggested that he first celebrate and said that Suzumiya should join them. The courtyards covered the table and raised the glasses in honor of the return of the soup. The hero realized that no one was listening to him, but it was quite natural, because this moment, the daughter just returned to one of them. The girl was distracted by the hero from food. She introduced herself as Sumis and confessed that she did not remember anything, but she was very grateful to him for salvation. Suzumiya asked if it was worth going back to work right after such an adventure, but the girl smiled and said that he was feeling well with him. She asked if he was a traveler because he resembled a real hero outside. She was sorry that he had to suspend his journey through her. The young man replied that she was not guilty of anything because he was traveling to this city because he heard that there were masters who were able to cultivate iron lizards. Summary said he could take advantage of this workshop. Suzumiya rejoiced and said he would be very happy to help. Then Sumids appeared and added that if the hero needs a sword, he can rely on him, although the manufacture of such a sword will cost a whole million. Yet, to thank for the salvation of his daughter, the man was ready to make a discount of 50%. Suzumiya wanted to pay the full price, but realized that he would not have enough money. He asked if he could sell them, because he had a corpse of an iron lizard. Samos did not believe him, saying it was a bad joke. Then the hero realized that it would be easier to simply show them a trophy. The dwarves could not believe their eyes. They really lay the body of the iron lizard. Sumig noted that such a very large repository for such. She advised him to inform the accounting department. The accountant assured that the quality is fully preserved, and the final price will be determined after the metal is removed. He offered 3 million bodies per kilogram. The man explained that even if he could afford to buy everything at once, this proposal is more profitable than those offered by the guilds. Suzumiya looked at him, not believing that he could really get so much, and agreed. As soon as he said, he decided that the case was already resolved and time to take up work. Then he saw that the hero was able to use the magic of fire. Then the gnome said that it was time to disassemble the iron lizard. Suzumiya had to help him, although such a development was very surprised by him. The young man used the magic of fire to leave only metal from the outside. The dwarf noted that from such volume the hero will be able to obtain almost half a ton of metal. Suzumiya immediately began to think about how much money he could get for that amount. The dwarfa noted that the speed and frequency of shots of this magic corresponds to level B. In this case, it is unclear why the hero at all needs a sword. Sumi said that a lone warrior should always be prepared for battle close. Simid said he had never heard of this style. In addition, a length of 20 centimeters for staff is really very small. When Suzumiya said that he had bought staff in the store, the dvoryu suggested that he was made of iron rod and covered with copper. Such staff would fit beginners. The hero could buy faster staff. The young man wondered whether the material can affect the speed of magic, and asked the gnome if he could make a staff from the iron lizard. Koval replied that he would be able to do it, but it would take more time because the metal is very solid and requires special processing and another approach. If the hero wants to make a staff, he should turn to the Somor, because she does it best in the city. The hero replied that he understood. He appealed to Signes to make a staff from an iron lizard, and she replied that it would be a very gorgeous thing. If he is sure, she can do it. Suzumiya said that if he was an opportunity, he would like to get a staff of 20 centimeters long, but to work as a normal one had the same acceleration. The girl replied that such a request could not be fulfilled. The hero asked her to teach him this, because it is she who produces the best roasters in all Harry. She was pleasantly surprised, and she replied that in this case, he would teach the hero everything she knows. She began to tell in detail about the properties of the rods, without missing any little things, so Suzumiya thought that it was not a short statement, as she first thought. It turned out that the core of each staple plays an important role in magic. The part responsible for the acceleration is made up of 2 layers. The higher the magical density in the outer layer and the better quality of the nucleus itself, the faster the magic works. Magical density is the maximum number of magical points that the staff can accumulate, and this figure depends on the material from which it is made. If the accumulated magic exceeds the bounded limit, it begins to dissipate quickly. That is, if you make an outer shell of a material with a high maximum density, and for both layers of the accelerator to use the best materials, you can significantly increase efficiency. Therefore, Suzumiya inspired to create a rod that would be as fast as usual, but at the same time he could be used as a sword. The girl looked at him with distrust and said that she did not understand what was talking about. The hero returned to her and asked to tell everything in detail. Suzumiya explained that he needed a stick with a shell made of metal lizard, to which the blade could be attached to use it as a sword. For the points he received, he could gain higher speed. The girl said that if you make a staff with such a structure, it will have so much magic that it will be enough for 100. This is about as much as 3 ordinary magicians together. Suzumiya believed that its current level is 500 times higher than the ability of a regular magician, and as many times it is stronger to recover. The hero said he could take advantage of this, and asked if he would not be interested. The girl could not answer anything. She just said that that is why he is a real adventure seeker. She agreed to accomplish this interesting task and promised that the hero would receive the title of magic, which ending magical points before he completes the spell. Suzumiya replied that in this case it would simply increase the number of magic points so that it does not happen. Now all issues of weapons have been resolved. It took 3 days to create a staff, so the hero decided to use this time and accomplish several tasks in the city. Thanks to the meeting with the Iron Lizard, his rank has increased, and now he could take the appropriate level. This time, he went on the task. He again came across wolves. Already habitually for himself, he attacked them with stone spears. But this time they were not green, but red wolves, which easily evaded even magic. There was a feeling that it was necessary to act faster. Any tree did not grow around the city, and Susumiya believed that it was because of this that the monster rarely approached Guerrera. Suddenly the radar was shaking, and the hero noticed two people who stood at the entrance to the cave. Both of them were recognized as bandits, and Susumiya decided to check that they did not enter the same gang that stole the Shannan. There were two at the entrance, and there were several people in the cave. The young man suggested that it could be a hiding place of robbers, but everything seemed suspicious here. Susumiya came to Guildmaster Herrera to say that he was able to find a gang shelter and tell how everything was happening. Guildmaster replied that it was now clear why they worked so quickly. The guards at the entrance indicate that this gang is large. The leader of the guild said that after checking the words of the hero, he would receive a reward for important information. It had to be kept secret, because it could not be excluded that there were spies in the city. Guild was planned to collect adventurers to create a shock group. It was highly likely that it was a neighbor who was recognized as a pioneer, so he was asked to come the next morning. He soon visited the sometime to find out if the staff was ready, but he was not yet completed. So Zomai realized that he would not be able to test a new weapon to attack bandits, but it is unlikely to be useful there. Therefore, he decided to use his usual equipment. Sodomy wondered whether the trees around the city were deliberately cut down. It turned out that a lot of coal was needed to melt metal, so it happened. Then Sodomy was surprised, unless coal can be extracted in mines. The girl replied that this metal is not suitable for forge, it is too low quality. Susumi thought and mentioned that he used limestone and coke in the city. He explained that they can simply produce hot coal. Sumisa did not immediately understand what the essence was, so he told how the stove was working and why such fuel would be much more efficient. The girl said that she is best able to create staff. She did not quite understand what she was talking about, but agreed to try. The hero only has to check if the fuel was working well, then you can make money on this. Sumya headed to the Ignorist's fuel composition, where a man in a black apron was already waiting for him. The hero began to tell what he means under a new fuel. Igni treated this with distrust, and Susumiya realized that his words may seem suspicious, so he decided to check everything in person. The young man added that if this method works, he will sell it, but all the cost of the experiment is ready to take over. Under these conditions, Ignison will lose almost nothing. The adventurer can become a pioneer when in this country, and maybe in the whole magical world. He added that the proposed method is not perfect, so he cannot always work. The man replied that it was better than promising the perfect result, and agreed to such an agreement. So, it was possible to find a way to get Coca-Cola, but Susumiya still remained an adventure seeker. Only one evening after news about bandits passed. Finally, the shock team gathered together. It included experienced adventurers from the guild. The hero was genuinely rejoiced in acquaintance with them. One of the participants introduced himself as Mage, said that he was a magician of the rank B and heads a group of attackers. They laid out the map on the table and pretended to be about 8 kilometers to the base, and the bandits should be from 30 to 40. It was a task of rank E, but there were many bandits. Seismician estimated that they were 7 with him. Apparently, these people were confident in their abilities because they had a rank B and believed that they would easily cope with such a mission. The Magi demanded that each in turn his name, rank, and what he did. Valen introduced himself a sword. Zen and Moore called himself a sword, but said that his rank was lower. Others also briefly told themselves. It is the turn of Suts to introduce. He called his name and rank. When everyone learned that he was a magical sword, they had questions. I had to explain that he was able to use both the sword and the magic at the same time. Another traveler noted that such skills are too high for the adventurer Mage used his special ability to show what each of those present really is. The hero realized that he would be much worse if others were injured because he hides his true strength, so he decided not to restrain himself. Mage suggested acting as the real guys do on the fight. Suzumiya refused to take additional potions. When the young man demonstrated his abilities, other adventure seekers were very surprised. He soon decided that it was enough to play with the sword. He decided to take advantage of magic and created a drain of stone spears to show his strength. Only the burned field remains at the scene, and the expression of full surprise was frozen on the faces of magicians and other adventurers. At this point, Suzumiya realized that he had to use double action magic, not use a sword and magic one by one, but the Mage said that this is enough. The hero doubted whether he justified his hope, but decided that this was enough of such a creature. Then he wondered about resistance to magic. Susami replied that he was able to treat magic, even heal fractures, and can still continuously attack the enemy for more than 20 minutes. It turned out to be the force of level A. The hero explained that it remains in rank E only because he became an adventurer only a month ago. Maddie confidently stated that he was really incredible and would help them a lot. He asked Suzumiya to go ahead when they attacked the base. The hero cannot say that he was not afraid to be on the front line, but still agreed to go to the front. Someone yawned. Discussing their plans, they decided that the main characters, along with the Volcano, would go ahead, and Mangas would be behind, and only 3 of them will be together. The rest of the people will be dispersed in the territory to block all the escape paths for robbers. These passes remain unknown to them. The characters recorded their actions and used a stone spear. People began to fall. The man assured that everything was fine and began to order everyone to move forward. But even before he finished, the main character had already rushed. The man was surprised why he was so fast, to which he was answered that it did not matter, and asked how he was able to run so calmly in this cave. Thanks to the radar, the main character saw the way in front of him. They have not yet been discovered, but it is only a matter of time. One way or another, the main character should be run further. When he sees someone ahead, he immediately uses the assessment skill to determine if it is a bandit. His reflections suddenly interrupted an unexpected case. He ran past the bandit, which was very surprised by his appearance. The surprise was mutual, and the guy instantly applied the magic of pressure. Other heroes barely have time for him, breathing hard with fatigue. He noted that it is good that the cave was not branched, so they got here without problems. The other only nodded and said he already knew about it. The main character at first thought it would be harder, because they were in front of the doors that blocked the entrance to the cave. There was no handle on these doors, so they could only be opened from the inside. Behind the store, according to his radar, was an empty plot, but at the voice he realized that many people gathered there. He was confused and did not know how to do. At this point, someone called him by name. He was asked to use magic. The guy said he could break the door, but did not have time to agree, as Cade already realized that he conceived. One man stood on one side of the door and gave them a signal to start. Opposite him was another man. The main character went into the room and the bandits were immediately surprised. They began to shout and ask who he was. The guy applied the identification skill. Since all around were thugs, he attacked them with a stone spear. From the powerful wave created by the protagonist, the bandits began to fly in different directions. Cade's comrades watched what he was doing. Mage said everything was finally over. He was asked about his voice, and the man replied that he was a little upset, but all the bandits were defeated. The main character was very strong. It was so easy to fulfill the mission for the first time. Now they have moved to the collection of trophies. The hero thought that the main thing was all the goals and nothing wrong. Suddenly, he exclaimed that 7 more people and a child were approaching them. He suggested that it may be the same abductors. The guy replied that he understood everything and promised to catch them and find out all the necessary information. The main character was instructed to save the baby. A gloomy man said they finally found themselves where they needed. He turned to someone nearby. At this point, the heroes were ambushed. He asked who they were here and who they were. The protagonist used the magic of pressure against the bandits, and so it was safe to release the captive. The hero carefully lifted the girl in his arms and immediately felt what she was light. He suggested that she probably sleeps under the influence of some forced hypnosis. Kyrie thought that his friend did not need help, so he decided to see how the girl felt. Her name was Rhea. It was an Elfian of a special race, so it was not an ordinary Elfian. The hero suggested that with her condition everything is fine and he has no health problems. The girl's age is unknown, but she has two unique abilities. The first is the ability to control external magical energy, and the second is control over magic. The hero has the highest level of possession of this skill, only the third, while the girl has the 17th level. It just goes beyond common sense. The hero thinks what actually means the ability to influence external magical power. This ability allows you to use enemies nearby if they control it poorly. The heroes did not fully understand what was meant under the weak control of mana, but the idea that it could control another's magic depending on the power of control of the opponent simply impressed. The girl shuddered. The young man was surprised how the robbers managed to grab her. When she woke up, she began to question the hero, who he was, and what incredible magical power. He named his name and asked if everything was fine and what happened to her. The girl smiled, repeated the name of the protagonist once again, and confirmed that he guessed everything correctly. The protagonist wondered that this girl was not so. The guy approached him and asked if everything was fine with her. Kay would ask what happened to his comrades. He replied that they had just been tied, and thanks to him, all were minimal losses. The guy was happy to know that everything was fine with the girl. He then remembered that she was still linked and said he would now be unleashed. He apologized for leaving her in such a position. Unexpectedly for everyone, the girl herself untangled the rope and said that everything was fine with her, and she can handle on her own. She thanked the boy for his help, and he was surprised by such a turn. He asked if she could escape herself. The girl replied that she has no magical abilities, so she is not able to cope on her own. The protagonist suggested that if she was able to free himself from the ropes, he probably has magical power. The girl replied that he really had a lot of man, but he still poorly controls it, so it is easy to use it. He suggested that she used the ability to external magic, as if she had taken his manu until he noticed. However, his stock of mana did not diminish at all, and it was strange. The hero's reflection was interrupted by the guy who apologized. He confessed that he did not quite understand what the girl was talking about. The protagonist replied that he did not understand anything himself. Mage said that the girl was safe in any case, and promised to find out through the guild where she was taken away, and asked her to pass to her to come to him. She refused, and then he asked why. The girl replied that his mana was difficult to use, so she refused to go with him. She said she wanted to stay with the main character. Then the guy noted that the girl was attached to him and asked if he could still leave her under the care of Katie until they got to the guild. He agreed to it. The main character reached out to the girl's hand and suggested to go with him. She accepted his proposal without hesitation. The guy thought that the girl was very obedient. He still did not rest the mystery, how she managed to solve the ropes and what she had for his strength at all. Despite everything that happened, the girl remained cheerful. The hero considered her strange and hoped that all these unexplained events would end when they would finally get to the guild. The girl explained that their task was to accept and take care of stolen children, but there is one condition. They didn't know what to do. Until they found out the story of this girl, the protagonist had to take care of her, and the girl herself shouted that she didn't want it. She had to be near the main character. The girl wondered. They were really unknown. He replied that it was not knowing each other. The girl jumped on his bed and happily said she was so soft. The protagonist could not stop at all how it all happened. She does not seem to remember anything about how she was taken away. But after all, it is only a little girl. Probably, there will be a lot of trouble with her. The guild had to look for information about it within 5 days. He decided that if it takes only 5 days, he would handle. The man said it was time to sleep and suggested that she lie down on that bed. The protagonist lay down and began to think what to do next. He could not travel with a little girl, and it was impossible to perform extermination tasks. He thought that it was necessary to check their workers and the course of production. He had so many things to do. The hero slowly opened his eyes. A little girl lay in front of him, and he thought in surprise why she was on him. She wondered if he had already woke up. He replied to this that he had just opened his eyes. The girl said she woke up because she felt the protagonist thought of her good morning. In response, he also greeted her and wondered what happened to her. The guy greeted her husband and asked how production was moving. He replied that the experiment was going great, but he did not have time to agree on the last word and added that the hero is too young to become a father. Cade replied that the girl was taken away by bandits, and now she didn't remember anything. Now he looked after her while Guild was trying to find out about her past. In response, the man noted that it was an unpleasant situation and asked if Cade was now resting from the Guild. The girl said she can fight, and, along with the main character, they will be able to become stronger than the Green Uncle. The man asked who this person was. The main character replied that it was about magicians. He is an adventurer B. But last, when he evaluated her, she did not have combat skills. The protagonist replied that, as he said earlier, the man decided to relax a little, and it laughed him. The girl began to say that if she said so, then she could fight. The man showed the hero. The hero's eyes lit up with joy, and he immediately began to consider it from all sides. But something was wrong. He asked if the gas was leaking somewhere. He was answered that the project was still in the stage of the experiment. This is partly because he used the old stove, which stood out of business, rebuilding it a little. If the experiment is successful, he will ask the blacksmith to make a regular stove for him. He strengthened this building with the help of mithril. It is the strongest of known materials. The protagonist has already invested money to start the experiment. He asked if a man would be able to cope with the allocated budget, because he did not know how much the materials were. He was answered that the mithril could be found everywhere. The girl returned to him and pointed her finger on the material. Mithril was here everywhere, even in the walls, but he denied that it could not be used. However, after checking the data, it turned out that it was really mithril. The man said that a third of these stones consisted of mithril ore, but it is not completely pure. Usually only half is a mithril itself, and the rest of the impurity. He was told that his knowledge is mediocre, but he was able to create the right things. The protagonist believed that mithril is not so important here. He still has money. The guy and the girl were standing near the plate. The characters said they needed to do something with a gas leak. Ray said she wanted to do something and asked to look. The guy tried to stop it and not let it close. He warned that the stove was very dangerous and asked to stay away. At first, the girl hesitated, but eventually agreed with the boy and said she would do it without getting up. She stretched her hands forward. Suddenly, the pipes began to repair. Cracks disappeared one by one. The main character, along with her husband, was surprised to watch this miracle, and the girl just smiled. Rhea, smiling joyfully and showing 2 toes raised, proudly confessed that she had done it. The protagonist was surprised that the girl used magic, because she did not have such abilities. He asked how it turned out. The girl replied that she melted mithril with magic and used it to close cracks. She gladly replied that it was easy. The guy thought that the girl did not even realize how incredible things she had just done. It seemed strange to him, as when he saved it, and common sense seemed to bypass her. The protagonist thought that he is powerless here and should teach her to think logically. He asked the girl to pay attention to mithril. When she looked, the guy began to bend metal, which surprised her very much. He explained that, unlike the case, when something can be bent with force, it is usually impossible to cook 2 parts so well at a distance. The girl was happy. The man was surprised and said that mithril could not be bent with his bare hands. The young man finally came out. The protagonist asked the girl what she thinks about it. The plate was in good condition, and suddenly a new person appeared before the hero. He said he was glad to see him and heard a lot about him. He was responsible for accounting. Removing his hat, he introduced himself, calling Maius. The protagonist replied that he was glad to acquaint, and the man also greeted him. He said he has many questions he wants to discuss. Without delay, he went to the case. If they planned to start production, IS asked what amount he wanted to take for technical support. The man rejoiced that they had already come to a thoughtful plan. It was a good news for him. He reported that production has not yet been launched. The situation stabilized somewhat, and everything happened quite unexpectedly. He was explained that the reason is that their products are wonderful fuel. Due to the high temperature that this material can reach, mithril is cleaned much more efficiently. According to its calculations, the use of charcoal can accelerate production 20 times, and if you replace ordinary coal with their new material, the process will be 10 times faster. This means that if they manage to adjust the mass production of this material, they will easily be able to get rid of old mithril mines, simply clearing the rocks in the area. He persistently convinced that one stove would pay off in just 10 days, and what he wants to start producing in large numbers as soon as possible. That guy was confused and just agreed. He asked and clarified whether the man came to talk about his share of profits. After all, he knew almost nothing about it. If he can get at least 10% of profit, he will already be satisfied. Mias replied that in fact, this was the first time paying a technical collection. He also added that he turned to an experienced merchant. He said that it seems that in such a case 50% of profit is a common practice, and asked what the protagonist thinks about it. The hero asked about the percentage again and thought that at first glance it was quite a lot. He does not think that merchants have reason to suspect, but his doubts still do not leave. This is a very high level of technology. He decided that 50% was not enough. It seemed to him that he had not been so much and caused misunderstanding, although he personally believed that it was even too much and was ready to pick up everything. But the hero replied that it was more than enough for him. The man calmed down and, smiling, said they could continue with that amount. He added that Kata can get his fate in any other city. It was a small service for him. He replied that he understood everything. Everything happened so rapidly that he was engulfed, and now he was looking forward to what would happen during their next meeting. The girl stood happily next to the main character. She turned to him by his name and wondered where they would go on. The guy thought about her question. He was interested in his staff, but will need to be completed all day. If he comes to her again just like yesterday, she may think he is in a hurry, so it was better to wait a little. Suddenly, he began to do nothing, so he asked the girl whether she wanted to go somewhere, so attracting her attention. The girl replied that this is a real adventure. She wants to fight the monsters. The guy thought she was too desperate for such things. He noted that it is very dangerous to fight the monsters. He told her that although she was able to spell, she was asked to wait until she can take care of her own safety. The girl in response noted that she was a sorceress, and while the main character nearby, nothing would happen to her. He asked her again if she was Magina. The girl showed the decoration in her hair. The guy looked more closely, trying to understand what it was, because this thing was not a simple decoration. It uses internal magical force to abolish any attacks that can harm its owner. People with bad intentions will not be able to recognize it. To use this item, you need to pour a little mana into it. The guy believed that if the girl has a hairpin, then everything is fine with her. But he was more concerned about another. Why did she have such a thing? The girl at this point asked if she could fight the monsters. It was only a few minutes after the girl left the guild building. She sat on the ground and began to collect different plants. Suddenly, her voice sounded joyfully. The girl found something special. This time, he took the task of collecting Fiaro grass and fulfilled the F-rang. It was the safest task of all that guild was offered. He decided to act in the same way when he was looking for Zunan's grass. He would use the analysis of information to find all the necessary plants. But first, he needs to find at least one copy to know what to look for. and here one plant attracted its attention. He wondered if this herb was really needed and applied the evaluation skill. It seemed to him that it was a grass called brev sky, a plant that only imitates the real Fiaro grass. It was not a real grass. The girl asked if he found her, but he replied that he was not. Finally, in his hands the required Fiaro grass. He was glad that it was she, and noted that the girl did well. She was also pleased and said she won. The guy laughed, thinking that he did not remember them. Then he told her that in this case she was not going to concede to her. He had already collected 7 fragments, and Rhea said he was adjusting the rules for himself. The guy began to deny, they say, did not break anything. He is not sure whether additional skills could be used. It seems to him that this is some kind of children's trick, but there is a game. Suddenly, the grass split in half. He thought she was specifically waiting for him to find this grass to snatch her out of his nose instantly. It was the same magic she used in the fuel shop. The girl just learned where Fiaro's grass grows, and this was very reminiscent of how he analyzed the information received. He wondered if she knew the exact place to find the plant they need. She replied that no. Rhea replied that she just finds a place where the magic of the protagonist is concentrated. He thought that she enjoys his ability to detect magic, and it surprised the guy. The girl suddenly stopped as if something had attracted her attention. The protagonist noticed it and asked what happened. Then she began to spell. The guy noticed a stone needle. He asked Rial in surprise what had happened, because there were no monsters nearby. The girl raised her hand and denied the boy, saying that he was wrong, and there were really monsters. She confidently pointed forward with needles. The weapon hit the wolves. These were red wolves. The guy was surprised that the girl was able to feel the enemies from such a long distance, at least 100 meters. The guy asked how the girl found them and asked if he was not one of her abilities. She explained that the magical energy of monsters and the main characters is special, so she managed to find them. But because of obstacles, it became more difficult. He wondered if she had any radar thing in his pocket. Did this girl just compare him with the monsters? Meanwhile, she returned the game to the wolves and won. He noted that the accuracy was really high, and even it would be difficult for him to hit such a distance. The girl replied that thanks to a special equipment, which is given to the target, and the real hero should cope with it and without help. He was surprised and asked if he could shoot the target shells. Ray replied that no, because the main character is too slow, so it is impossible. The guy was surprised. The girl replied that this is exactly what the magic of Kayad studies. She said that the magic of the protagonist was stronger and faster than her own. He looked away and thanked her. Kaida asked why she shot immediately. She replied that she did it because the protagonist behaved strange and could not do it. He thought that for a girl from a privileged family to call him strange, it's easy. He seemed suspicious that she had only one magic, and he decided to check something. The guy lifted a big needle into the air and asked the girl what she was thinking about this magic. He was convinced that it was really powerful. Ray replied that it is simply impossible. The girl replied that it was a very chaotic magic, and if she used her, she would lose control over her. He listened carefully and thought, perhaps his ability to control magic is not so reliable. He thought, if a girl has many privileges and is a court wizard, then he probably, and he himself is a magician with special rights, also a master of materialization. He also believed that his magic was very unstable, and the magic of the girl was quite weak. He wondered what would happen if you create a powerful spell and the girl would be able to shoot him with the same accuracy. A flock of red wolves paid attention to them and began to growl. Ray turned in their direction. Ray reported to the protagonist that a whole pack of monsters was approaching. The girl wanted to ask him about magic, but he was passionate about completely different thoughts. She said he was looking happy and wondered if something good happened to him. He smiled with joy and said that all this was beginning to be fun. The girl agreed with him. She began to circle from side to side, letting needles, and happily said she was also a lot of fun. He asked her if she was using Manu to activate magic, but noticed that his own mana was not spent, and began to think about why this was happening. Ria explained that she just uses the manu that the main character spends in vain. He wondered why she thought so and asked how much his mana she took. She replied that every particle was important, and he exclaimed in surprise. At this point, his gaze fell on the wolf again. He wondered how it turns out that as he uses manu for spells, she can also use his manu for his magic. She replied that when it comes to the leakage of force, its source, she would not be able to control it. He told her that although it seemed apparent to her, it made him think. He used his magic without even knowing her almost nothing. He asked if he would be able to do the same if he trained to manage magic. Rhea replied that it was possible, but in it she does not feel the ability to control magic. She said that Ked seemed to be from another world where there is no magic. He heard these words and barely swallowed saliva. He asked why he could spell without even having proper learning, and whether it is related to his special magical shaky. She replied that if he had such a talent, he could use magic even without exercises and control. Although the main character is not able to control magic well, he can still use it because it boldly activates his magic. He replied that he understood everything. The guy wondered, if she was able to turn mithril with her witchcraft, then he may be able to use his magic similarly. The source of its magic of water and earth is the environment. If it simply raises the air temperature with charms, it can cause self-ignition. If you combine your painful imagination with the outside world, you can create the conditions for activating magic. He could not use lightning magic because it was not a basic element in this world. The hero decided that he should not rely on magic, which cannot be called at any time. The girl replied that everything was already ready, and with the help of magic, she threw a sandwich directly into Katie's hands. He thanked her and thought that the dish came out as salty and delicious. The hero was surprised that the food is so salty. He asked the girl where she took the salt, if no seasoning was taken with her. She answered it calmly, "From the ground." Hearing such an answer, he simply froze with surprise. The guy brought all the killed wolves and asked to check that the task was completed, as well as to take away everything he brought from him. The girl exclaimed when she learned that the protagonist brought as many as 4,000 bundles of fiatrava and more than 300 bodies of red wolves. She, stuttering, asked where he had so much. The girl replied that she also helped him. The guy thought that such a reaction would become a habit over time. The girl apologized to the main character and turned to him. She said they needed to talk about the river. The girl, with a gesture, invited the heroes to sit on the sofa. Then she turned to the boy and wondered what they wanted to talk about. And the guy never was able to pick up words to explain everything to her. The guy thought that they probably found the girl's hometown, but looking at how well he gets along with her, it is difficult for them to tell about it. If so, he should have a conversation. He asked the girl if her parents came to her. She replied that she was not yet, and she admitted that she was inconvenient to explain it. She said that her relatives and parents were never found. The guy asked once again if it was true. There, where the robbers came from, there was no city that could be home for this girl. But the robbers themselves said they found a baby just in the middle of the forest. This means that its hometown is very far, but there are cities from where it could come. Theoretically, it is possible, but they came to the conclusion that it is unlikely. First of all, her guild did not find any record of race that would have similar features with Ray. The guy approached the girl, apologized, and said that she was better not heard. After that, he covered her ears with his palms. He wondered if it was possible that she was thrown because of her character. He was answered that she did not seem to break the relationship with her. The girl does not know all the details, but she is sure that the matter is not at all. The guy did not understand what she meant. However, this girl really carries a lot of mysteries. Her hair clips, abilities, and even race themselves are a special elven type. He told the guild about what race it belongs to, but given that they did not have any records about the representatives of such a race, it is not surprising that she could not find anything about it. The guy returned to the girl and said he knew about her memory loss, but asked if she had at least something in his memoirs. She may have thought of a place where she found herself, or the surrounding landscape, or something like that. She said she remembered how she was in the forest, but did not find any traces of magic there. This place was very far, perhaps even on another continent. She has now answered all his questions. Her answers were no longer like a little girl, and this was another secret. He thought, because she is probably older than it seems, perhaps even older than him. Then the guy wondered what to do with River. The girl replied that they were looking for a person who would agree to become a guardian. However, finding someone who would do it is very difficult. She said that if no one was found, the girl would have to be left in the shelter. Ro was just shocked. She suddenly screamed that she wanted to be the main character and grabbed him. The guy looked at her in surprise. The girl asked if the hero could shelter her, though she realized that it is not easy to take care of a young child. Under normal conditions, it would be possible, but Ray has lost memory. When she met him, a person with the same special abilities, her consciousness has become clear. If he repels her now, he feels that he will betray all those who showed his kindness, as well as the girl who helped him. If they only have to fight with weak monsters, nothing wrong, but if suddenly he will need to spend all his manu, what then? She uses his manu, so if it stops, she will no longer be able to create a spell. Will she then be able to get out? The hero thought that until he was sure of this, the girl would only remain a burden for him. He was sorry for her, but he could not afford her danger. On his face, hesitant was reflected. However, he was still able to answer. The protagonist asked the girl to postpone the question for later. She replied that, of course, he could solve this issue any time until she goes to another city. The girl wanted to say something to the boy, but he interrupted her. He explained that he should tell her something. The protagonist promised that he would not leave her and asked not to worry. Ria felt happy. The girl appealed to the hero to go to the guild today and choose the task of destroying stronger monsters. She offered, for example, dark sarasis or bloody tigers. Every time the main character wakes up, the girl is already fully ready to go to a dangerous quest. He believed that the monsters were already trembling with fear, just hearing her name. The girl seemed to be sure that if he proves herself, he would surely accept her. The main thing for him is that she was safe, so he did not neglect. Subsequently, they will go into new adventures, but first he needs to visit one important place. The girl looked at him in a question. The hero greeted Sanis, wishing her good morning, and was already going to ask if his staff was okay, but the girl interrupted him and reported that his staff was already ready. The hero asked if he really was using a staff. He replied that he was not a sword. The girl asked who was standing next to Kaid, but the guy said it didn't matter and asked to pay attention to his staff. This staff can be used as a sword, and she called it a witch sword. The guy was very surprised. He said it was really cool, and the girl replied that she knew it. She added that his energy is like a staff. She wondered why it looks like a sword. Summary replied that there was nothing strange about this, because the main character himself wanted exactly. In addition, it is one of her best works. The guy noted that the weight of his weapons was perfect for him. She wondered why he would not try to apply it in magic, and showed a place that, in her opinion, would be suitable for him. The protagonist decided to act. The girl laughed and said that she already imagined how he would magize with her. The young man in response said he was looking forward to this moment. The girl was surprised that he had so much mana. She also did not expect Ria to see Manu. The guy immediately noticed that the sword did not look like the stick he used earlier. It seemed as if the sword seemed to be pulling out of Manu, and when mana became more than could withstand a sword, her excess began to seep out of him. The guy began to test the sword on everything that happened to his eyes. Ray struck his speed. The protagonist was surprised because of such speed. He thought it could be because of the staff material, because despite the speed, he still saw a projectile. But with this staff, he could hit the red wolf even from a kilometer. The girl said in surprise that she was amazed at how she handled weapons. She wondered how many mana he put in it. The guy replied that if not taken into account the scattered mana, about 100. For him, it was a trifle. The girl said it was a full mana of 5 magicians, and wondered if he was a man at all. The protagonist replied that he is just a man, but has a very large stock of mana. He said that in any case, the staff turned out to be wonderful, and only she could create such a thing. The guy thanked the girl. She became embarrassed and said quietly that if he liked it, she had nothing to add. Suddenly, she remembered that a man from a fuel shop was looking for him all over the city. He asked to convey that he wanted to talk to him as soon as a free minute. The guy turned to the man. Myas congratulated the protagonist and thanked that he had come. The CD wondered what happened. The man replied that all the equipment for production was already prepared. They went to mass production, and 10 cars were already working. The guy was very surprised. Mia said that due to the lack of workers in the store, he contacted the Shakhtar Union. They were already heard of their production attempts, so the miners agreed to help. Thank you. Production has almost doubled. The man thought that the name Miners Association sounds a very long time. In any case, they need to go to production and find out how work is moving there. The main character agreed. The girl was surprised to see how many dwarves here. The guy asked if they were all in the Miners' Union. Me replied that most of them are really members of this organization. A man approached them and introduced himself to the head of the Miners' Association. He called his name. The guy said he was glad to meet him. The girl also declared herself. The man smiled and called her a desperate girl. He said he had to talk to him about something, but first he wanted to thank him for his rescued. The protagonist asked what he was in mind. The man replied that since he was not local, he would explain everything. A strange disease that affects the mind has recently spread here. It can be dealt with, but it will greatly affect the speed of work. When people learned about him, their thoughts finally found peace and began to work confidently. The guy suggested that the disease could appear in the mines because of the poisonous gases, which are many. He asked the man that he was a disease. Here he was told that it was just nausea and migraine. The same symptoms are when eating wyverna meat too much magic is a slight overload. He said it is good that no one had complications and no one died. However, the team could still not work at full force. The guy tried to remember all the information received. He asked how they were fighting this disease. The man replied that everything is simple enough. You just have to stay away from the mines. Those who are already ill can only work 3 hours a day, and the rest of the time must rest so that the ailment does not develop further. In this mode, the profit from their work is barely enough to pay the workers themselves. The guy thought that it was necessary to rest almost all day, and because of this, almost everyone is unable to do something now. It seems that the cause of the disease is not gas, and it can find out something more through the assessment. And if he manages to reveal the secret of this disease, production will go even faster. He turned to the man and asked if he wanted him to deal with the disease and eliminate her cause. The man replied that he would help them. He applied to the guild. No one has gone so far. But if the protagonist takes up the case, then something will work out. The girl asked the boy if they would fight the monsters. The guy replied that no. This time the problem was not in monsters, so he asked her to stay here. Of course, the girl does not like it at all, but the guy could not bring her to the mines that were filled with some gas. The RO was upset because they did not want to fight. The guy asked if it was worried. She showed sideways and wondered whether the coal mines were in that direction. The young man turned to the man, and he reacted approvingly. They decided to leave it, mainly because there were a lot of victims. The protagonist asked the girl where she feels the leakage of magical power. She replied that magic became a little different. Everything that changes the magical power is in the guy she pointed to. The guy did not understand what the girl was saying, but noticed that the gnome was a strange pallor on the face. Then the guy took advantage of his ability to evaluate. He showed a condition similar to the disease, magical overload. Magic energy is a special power that is blowing in the air, and it is very similar to Manu. The glow she saw around is most likely, and was this magical energy. It turned out that she was the cause of all these events, and the girl mentioned that magical energy probably comes from monsters. The man began to understand what was happening. He asked his subordinate how he felt. He replied that he had just returned from the coal mine, so he is not feeling well now, but he can still work. The man asked him not to overstretch and rest well. It seemed to him that, despite the girl's young age, she really had a great talent. He asked why he did not take the girl with him for the investigation. If you feel the danger or the presence of monsters, you can simply move away. In addition, the disease almost does not affect children, so there should be no problems. The girl replied that everything would be fine with her and nothing will happen to the main character. He thought, if Rhea says so confidently, then everything would really cost. However, he was most disturbed by the monsters. He thought that if something went wrong, they could always retreat. The hero agreed to take the girl with her, and she was glad. He watched her and noticed that she was flying. He was wondering if her special skills, if she can really, then in the case of danger, it will be easy to escape. They came to the entrance to the mine. Before the entrance stood a sign on which it was written, "Be careful, the disease of the coal mine." The guy asked the girl to inform him if she meets some monsters. She agreed. It will be more difficult for her to find them through the walls, but she will still try. The guy forgot that the walls reduce the power of her feeling, so it is here that in the mine, his ability will be more useful than her. The guy noticed the girl and asked if there was something underground, which she asked him in surprise. Rhea said she felt some special carelessness underground, stronger than usual, and surprised as she had not noticed it before. The man thanked his radar for this. About 30 centimeters of free space remained underground. That's all he could determine. He wondered whether to try to get there. The girl supported this idea. Together, the guy and the girl began to work hard to get the bottom of the mine. They helped themselves a magical power. The guy came across something solid and asked in surprise what it was. The girl replied that this part is different from others. She thinks it is a building from the past. The guy again asked if it could not be ancient ruins or something like. Ray replied that it was a magical wall and the protagonist will not be able to destroy it. After the girl said it, the guy decided to try to break her. He asked her to retreat. She asked if he would use magic, but still went away. The guy punched the floor with great force. Ray was wondering if he was a man. He calmly replied that yes. In fact, it is for the first time he charges his magic right in front of the girl. She begins to think that he is not a man, but he calls it bold. The guy began to put a way forward using the magic of pressure. The walls remained whole and did not collapse. The main character was surprised to see that there was no scratch on the wall. He thought that she was really strong, as the girl said. But the guy suddenly escaped. The floor under her feet began to crack. The girl exclaimed him to be careful. Everything around them began to collapse. The characters began to fall down. Rhea said that they were too difficult for them. They were too burdened, and if so continues, everything will break. The guy asked the girl to let him go so he could somehow land. She agreed and let him go. The protagonist was still falling into the abyss and wondered, because the bottom was not even visible. Looking at the radar, he realized that only 15 meters remained to the ground. He had to collect all the stones before they touch it. There were only 3 seconds to land. The countdown began, and the main character landed on his feet, completely unharmed. He felt well and thought he became stronger. At that moment he was called by a girl. She ran to him and asked if everything was fine with him. He replied that yes, everything is well with him. It was very dark around, so the guy wondered if the girl had some magic to illuminate this place. The girl assured that he could do it. They walked through the room, and the guy thought that it was very spacious and empty, only one wall around. The girl assumed that they could be inside the editorial board. The protagonist wondered if she knew something about this building. She replied that she was not sure, but she feels that she was negligent here. He asked her whether this place was a source of magic. Rhea could only guess. The guy believed that they were very lucky, but now the main thing is to get out of here and tell others about everything seen. He thought about how to get out of here. The protagonist asked the girl asking if she could fly. She replied that she was unable to rise too high. Kay thought it could move forward with a jet thrust, but could not rise too high. He asked her think that he was using magic. Due to his extraordinary magic power, he could lift her in his arms. The girl did not agree. She said that the protagonist could not control himself, so she would raise it too sharply, and because of this, she may die. The main character suggested looking for another way out. He asked her in which country carelessness was most noticeable. She pointed to the right, and the guy led her there. The girl said she wanted to fight. Kai replied that they only came to explore the terrain and asked her to look for monsters nearby. She replied that there was a giant nearby and added it is he. He became angry through such words. He noticed the hole through which they fell and realized that they were walking in a circle. The girl confirmed it. The guy thought that this building had the shape of a cube, but there were only solid walls around. The main character, along with his girlfriends, moves along the long wall. They approach the gate, and he stops in front of them, waiting for them to open for them. The girl looks carefully at the gate and agrees with the main character. However, she notices that this part of the wall emits strange energy. The guy watches the girlfriend hard, worried a little. He realizes that the girl is really understanding what she talks about. The protagonist's companion notices something and says, "It is the wall." She decides that they were looking for her, because this wall does not respond to magic. The young man looks forward. He thinks and says it looks like a door masked under the wall. Caress knows that the radar shows nothing behind this door. The young man clarifies for himself once again. The radar does not see what is behind the door. The young man dares to take the next step. He approaches the gate and says that these doors should somehow open. His partner watches him closely. The girl asks whether that is true. The young man replies that he is. He carefully examines the door and notices a scratch on them. This shows that the door was already opened earlier. However, he warns that you should still be very careful, because it is unknown that it can hide behind this door. The young man is going to continue his opinion, but he is suddenly interrupted. His partner shouts loudly the request to open the door. Her cry can call them great trouble, and the protagonist understands it well. He asks if the girl really mocks him. However, the door is still open. Suddenly, the protagonist hears a strange buzz. The young man touches his eyes and looks into the darkness at the open door. Suddenly, a huge flock of unknown monsters flies towards friends. They buzz loudly and behave very aggressively. Monsters resemble armored wasps. They die in the air and target their sting on the heroes. They direct their anger directly to the main character and his companion. The young man immediately realizes what will happen now and cover the girl with his body to protect her. Horley, he turns to reach on. Suddenly, the sting stopped and froze right in the air. The protagonist cannot believe his eyes that it really happened. He continues to cover the girl with his body, protecting her. The blades fall to the ground, lifting a loud clay. The young man looks at what happened. He looks at his opponents and thinks, did his friend interfere? The monsters again move towards the main character. He understands that the moment has come, not to think. He understands that first you need to destroy these monsters. The young man rushes forward to the enemies, squeezing a witch sword firmly in his hand. The young man waves weapons and cuts his enemies into small pieces. After he dealt with the monsters who frightened the heroes, the young man approaches his girlfriend and asks if everything is fine with her. The girl answers and also apologizes to him. He is glad that everything is fine with her. The main character asks if she stopped those needles. The girl shakes her head and says she was not her. Her companion shows the main character and says that he himself did it. The young man is amazed and asks her again. The heroine replies that the magical power of these things is quite weak, and when they approach the main character, this force simply disappears. The young man smiled and added that it looks quite sad. The girl replied that her friend was still strange. Katie Suzumiya asked the girl once again what she said. Suddenly, the main character becomes serious and confesses that these monsters seem suspicious. She clearly knows more than the main character. Comrades pay attention to the wreckage under their feet. These are the remnants of the monster that the young man was cut. They resemble some magical devices. The main character considers these things carefully. In his opinion, these creatures are magical tools made to protect against strangers. They are called watching eyes. The door in front of him is a door with a low level of magical insulation. All these magical objects have a common name: artifacts. So this building is an ancient ruin? When the protagonist understands it, he illuminates him. They are unknown here. The young man smiles and understands that they are not allowed to find out what is hidden behind the door. Karis Azumiya, along with their friend, look into the darkness. The hero notes that no one knows what monsters can hide behind the door. He asks the girl whether they should turn back. In the head of the protagonist, the thought was, even if they come back, they do not go home anymore. He understands that there is a bad thing and there is no other way out. Meanwhile, his companion is full of admiration. The protagonist looks carefully around in the dark. Suddenly, the door opens in front of him. He, together with the partner, go inside. The young man is concentrated in the environment, evaluating the situation. The protagonist tells that he checked all the rooms, following the established rules. The girl agrees with him and examines the situation carefully. The young man notices 8 new doors that hid behind the previous ones, and this door is a complete mess. There were many steaming guards in this place, but there were no tracks that would lead to the source of magical power, or even before leaving this room. The protagonist approached the inscriptions. It was stated there that it was a research center. The young man looked around and decided that he needed this place. The young man asks what they do next. Suddenly, bright light flashes in the darkness. The girl quickly overtakes her partner and descends down the spiral stairs. The protagonist follows her, looking carefully at all around and evaluating the situation. At this point, he decides that he will fight with the girl, standing with her side by side. The stairs here are very long, so they take a long time to descend. When the hero falls to the ground, the young man suddenly notices something important. He looks forward and notices another door in front of him. There is something written on these doors, in these doors. The hero goes closer and reads the inscription: "Outsiders will be liquidated." The protagonist guesses that you are a warning of danger, so he smiles and says that this door is even more scary than here. He wants to drink Togo potion to gain courage. The girl asks what the difference is, because it is not known what monsters can wait ahead. She is sure that they all have a sad fate. The main character decides that his goal is not to give people monsters, but to find a way out of this pit. To gain courage, he drinks a charming potion. It seems that you cannot get out of here without a fight. The young man asks his girlfriend to be as careful as possible. The girl promises to follow his advice. The main character touches the door. The doors open, and the characters find themselves on the doorstep of the room. A few blades fly rapidly for this couple. The protagonist cannot believe that another security guard has shot them. The protagonist reflects the attack and again protects the girl, covering her with himself. He mentally asks you if the enemy has hit him. The young man recalls how the arrows of the attackers fell to the ground, barely approaching him. But now something has become different. But the girl says that there are others among the monsters. The protagonist covers horror and he fades on the spot. Holdings are formed around it. True monsters begin to appear from these portals. Among them was another new species that resembles wolves. The young man carefully examines them and notes that the guards who hang in the air now have a different color, and the mechanical jigs scare him even more. A giant flying snake appears among the new monsters. It is much larger than all other enemies. The main character decides to protect his partner. The girl confesses that she feels abandoned on her part. However, this is not the main problem. The monster began to attack. The protagonist shouts to her friend to run and escape as soon as she can. The girl turns to the main character and says she needs a stone spear. The guy replies that he understood her. The protagonist tries to go quickly, but his feet slide on the floor. The young man diverts the attention of a huge flying snake. The protagonist's teammate watches closely at the events, focusing on the right moment to intervene in the battle. After a long waiting, she finally used her own stone spear technique. Monsters are getting closer to the main character and his partner. The girl is very frightened. She looks with horror of terrible creatures. The young man asks her whether his magic works on these creatures. He hopes that he will be able to protect them from the invasion. The girl shouts to him that one of the monsters chases after him. It turns out that this monster looks like a wolf and also dressed in armor. The protagonist suddenly realizes that he is not sure whether it is really work, but they are surprisingly silent. He tells himself that if the magic does not work here, then he should rely on his sword. The young man gathered all his hand into his fist and hit the enemy with the ball, so he flew a long distance. The sword of the protagonist with a roar falls to the ground. The young man understands that his opponent is extremely strong. However, he himself is not a person that can be underestimated at first glance. The young man gathered all his forces and cut his opponent in half. He triumphantly standing over his fallen enemy and says that his witch, whose sword is still able to injure him, has one problem. Of course, he could easily cut all the enemies, but they did not need any magic at all. No one knows which metal is made of. The young man suspects that there is a hidden trap here. The protagonist involves his ability to evaluate. He learns that it is a second-class infantry steel. Crystallized magical particles completely neutralize any magical effect. So all the opponents of the hero are completely resistant to magic, and most likely this protection also extends to all magic objects in this room. His teammate runs to the main character. She turns to the young man and says they need to make as many stone copies as possible. If you are firing multi-colored guards with many shells, they can be destroyed. The protagonist notes that it is very profitable for them. The girl throws stones into the air and they explode, turning into a hail of debris. The young man does not stop and continues to swing the sword, defeating the enemies one by one. Now he says he can completely focus on wolves. But there is one big problem that has not yet been solved. And this problem is a huge flying snake, which constantly plays the boy. He reappears next to the young man and raises his huge tail over him. The protagonist understands what will happen next, so he turns to the partner and asks her to jump. The snake hit the tail on the ground. Everything that was on the surface at that moment rises into the air. The main character, along with the girl, manage to jump. When everything subsides, they land quietly to the ground. The protagonist asks his friend why this snake is so strong. In addition, she does not pay attention to charming objects that she should be protected, and instead destroys everything with the heroes. The main character's partner turns to him and warns that the snake again prepares some high, powerful blow. The young man looks at his opponent with horror. The snake is really preparing for something important. Some parts of her torso can be disconnected. The protagonist looks at all this and says that it is really very bad. He shouts to his partner that they need to retreat and calls for Faster to run to the stairs. The young man and the girl together go to the open door. They strain all the forces and run, which is a spirit. The flying snake turned out to be extremely fast and instantly caught up with the heroes, who were frightened by its rapid speed. A huge piece of iron flies past the heroes, not touching them at all, but blocks the path. The young man and girls fade with horror, looking at this obstacle. Iron protrudes from the ground, mowing ominously in front of them. The protagonist says it is very bad. At this time, the flying snake broke the door. The heroes have nowhere to retreat, and they understand. There is only one thing left: to accept the fight. Flying guards are buzzing over their heads. Metal wolves also began to bring on heroes on all sides. The protagonist looks truth in the eye and says that now he only has to fight his enemies. He understands that something should be done with this snake, but his dreams will not help here. The young man turns to his partner and asks whether she can make the snake go underground with magic. But the girl replies that it is impossible. This creature is too strong. Suddenly she stops and looks in horror, and She says the snake also has wings. The young man turns and asks what wings she talks about. The main character replies that, in her opinion, the snake can be dumped to the ground if you destroy her wings. To do this, use a fireball. The young man agrees with her and says he will start cooking a fireball. The young man asks the girl to inform him when the charge of his sword is enough to be able to break all the opponents. The girl replies that she understood her friend. The hero runs in different directions. Smoke wraps the whole room. The protagonist takes his hands and squeezes the sword firmly. The girl tells him that this energy is enough to be able to strike a strong blow. The young man replies to her that he would understand and did everything as she asked. The protagonist causes the enemies of the blow, which costs him 700 points of mana. The young man manages to create giant fireworks. The snake moves back and begins to hide its wings. The main character's girl shouts that he draws them inside. The hero watches the explosion of the young man's attack is getting bigger. The flames covers everything around. The main character feels excitement and anxiety. The flame gets to the snake and gradually begins to burn it. The protagonist watches carefully. He realizes that the forces were enough to destroy her wings, but something went wrong. The young man is chosen from the situation. Heroes notice something in the distance. The young man returns to his girlfriend and asks if she will be able to control him this time. The girl in response says he will not be able to because he has too many man. The protagonist realizes that the fireball is aimed at him, but even without accurate aiming, he can kiss in the hidden wings. The young man convinces himself that now he needs to increase the force of attack. He thinks about how much the fire is to be strengthened in order to probably get to the wings and destroy them. The girl tells him that the force should be increased 20 times. The protagonist agrees with her and says that they will do it. The young man asks him to give him some time. Meanwhile, the frenzy enraged and tried to get to the main character and his girl. The girl applies her techniques against delaying her and giving the boy time to prepare a decisive blow. Meanwhile, the protagonist turns in the air, turning his sword. Its silhouette is barely visible among smoke clubs. To attack the snake of the hero, they break out of the smoke and fly forward. The young man's face can see. The protagonist tries to defeat his opponent and get out of here. He says he still collects magical power for spell, but all magical artifacts, except the snake, have already been destroyed. The protagonist feels that under his feet the floor begins to fall, and despite this, he still has time to evade the attacks of the enemy. Heroes understand that if they continue to fight with the same perseverance, then the snake will be sure to win. It gives them confidence in their own power. However, the main character cannot get rid of anxiety. Suddenly, stones begin to fall next to him. He turns his head to see what he just washed. The young man looks up to the ceiling. It is covered by horror. The main character's satellite asks, "What's going on?" She also raises her head, and this sight is terrifying. The young man, together with his comrades, sees such a picture. Cracks at all seams appeared in the ceiling. Deep faults covered the entire surface and eaves. From there, stones and lime will pour. The protagonist notices that the snake destroyed the wall. He wonders, why did the ceiling begin to collapse? And suddenly understands, now there is no support in the ceiling. He turns to his friend and shouts that they can now be buried alive. The protagonist asks the girl whether they will be able to defeat the enemy with 10 blows. The girl replies that it will not work, but if they do not do their strength, then it may work out. The young man shook out loud that this will not work, because he just lacks time. He did not have time to finish the thought, as suddenly something big and heavy with a roar fell on the floor. The protagonist tries to resist him to keep him away. He turns to his girlfriend, is interested in her well-being, and asks if everything is fine with her. Tense silence prevails around, and tears appear in the eyes of your partner. She wants to say something to her friend, but the excitement squeezes her throat. The young guy looks around. At that moment, the ceiling begins to collapse. The main character calls his girlfriend and shouts to her the rest of the words. The girl asks the young man what they do now. The protagonist shouts to her not to stand in a dug, but to flee to a safe place as soon as possible. But suddenly, he will change his mind and tells her to wait. He instantly finds himself nearby and demands that she clung to him. He says that the main thing now is not to lose a chance. Now they need to run as soon as possible to the other end of the room. You should also try to find some other way out. The girl does not interfere. She agrees with everything that the guy offers. The snake does not quench and attacks again, hitting the main character. The young man runs forward. He cleverly maneuvers and avoids snakes that crawl under it. The girl holds firmly for her girlfriend. The protagonist notices that there are no intersections around. The young man realizes that they run along a straight corridor, and this is not in their favor in such a situation. The boys hope that the stairs will lead them further and further. The heroine runs to the wall, pressing something in her hands. The young man realizes with horror that they went into a dead end. Now they got into a real mess. The protagonist looks around and notices that the snake crawls to him at the same speed as a person. She is already flying directly to the heroes and is now preparing to attack them. The protagonist decides to defend himself and defend his girlfriend to the last, although he is aware that it is very bad. The young man understands that the ceiling is no longer asleep, but if the snake does not stop, they can really be buried alive. He tries to focus and make himself think, because he realizes that he must win a little time to prepare a magical spell. He thinks that he can try to return to the stairs, passing through the destroyed door. The protagonist is worried. If he now begins to break the blockage and sort the stones in his inventory, he will also have to evade snake attacks. This can lead to him, and this place will cease to exist. He immediately understands that this option is impossible. The hero is aware that you need to quickly invent another way out. He recalls that yesterday was not only his fate, but also the life of his partner. All this time, the girl looked at him with regret. All emotion disappears from her face, and she is already preparing to go to another world. The main character's girl screams loudly so that he quickly gives her a fiery ball. The guy is so surprised by her request that she does not immediately find what to answer. He asks if she has a plan. The main character replies that she has already said, this magic is not able to restrain her. The girl looks at him seriously and says that even in such a situation, she still has to do what she conceived. The young man realizes that the heroine seems to have no plan, but they have no time for reflection. Without a way out, the protagonist agrees to help his friend. The girl strains with his best, trying to cause magic from her body. Gradually, she succeeds. She tries, and then the magic light begins from it. One of the heroines in a panic screams. This magic is too strong for her. However, the stud in her hair is holding back this powerful energy. The young man watches what is happening and understands that the heroine uses innate magical power that eliminates any blows that can harm her. In addition, he notices that the hairpin in the hair began to absorb all the damage obtained. He understood that it was too dangerous, and the girl should stop immediately. He decided to help her with that. The young man already wanted to say something to his girlfriend, but she suddenly interrupted him. The hero is serious and does not smile, though he says that adventures are fun. She asks whether the protagonist also thinks. The young man looks at her in surprise. However, he no longer dares to resist. He does not understand what is happening to the girl. The protagonist is convinced that it is only an attempt to show courage, but she said it that he would not bother her. The young man smiles as if he disagrees with her, though he really thinks the same way. He holds back his feelings and decides to support his girlfriend. The hero stands in front of the snakes, preparing for battle. Finally, the girl mastering her magical forces and preparing for an attack. The flames fiercely rushed around the heroes, devouring everything in its path. The main character's satellite exclaims Winston's cry and releases a bright ball straight toward the enemy. A huge fireball hangs in the air. The protagonist encourages his girlfriend and tells her not to stop, but to move forward. He sincerely believes that she will work out. The snake also decides to attack and rapidly approaches the characters. It spreads the mouth widely, and her fangs shine in light. The protagonist continues to encourage his girlfriend, calling her out loud. The girl strains all her strength, but does not stop managing magic. It screams loudly from excessive tension. A huge fireball flies directly to the snake. When it reaches its victim, the flame covers it and begins to absorb. The exhausted girl falls to the ground. The protagonist immediately rushes to support her. Then the young man decides to finish his opponent. He flies to the snake and plunges his sword directly into her head. The young man notices that the sword is heavier than usual. The reason for this is the strong metal on the head of the snake. However, the protagonist remembers that this opportunity was created and given by a friend, and he has no right to lose it. The young man realizes that he cannot lose this chance, and again his sword in the head of the snake. The protagonist swore on his enemy. There are several powerful explosions. The defeated snake falls to the ground. The protagonist has time to jump from her in time. It lands softly to the ground, and the enemy falls straight to his feet. The head of the snake is destroyed by fire. It clearly shows traces of damage caused to the main character. The hero, with hatred in his eyes, triumphantly looks at his facing opponent. This battle took away all his strength. The young guy breathes heavily after a tense battle, and the sounds of the song are heard behind him. The young man rotates and notices the girl. His girl calls him by his name. A young guy approaches the girl. She is wondering if he really had lunch. The protagonist nods and replies that it seems yes. Then he asks if everything is fine, or how she feels. They pass by a fallen snake, and the guy asks for girlfriends if she feels lightness in this place. The girl replies that he cannot say for sure, but it seems to her that the room is still full of that lightness. A girl with a gentle smile says she believes in a week everything will pass. The young man smiles genuinely and says happily that they got everything. He notes that it is time to get out of here. Since there is no way back, they will have to clear the blockages. If you do not do this now, then you can only return through a break in the ceiling. Realizing how much more work is waiting ahead, the guy sighed strangely. The main character sits on the ground and invites the girl to rest at first. Tired after the battle, she also squats sideways and agrees with this idea. The protagonist turns to his girlfriend and notices a beautiful pin in her hair. It looks completely unnoticeable, but it was she who played one of the main roles in this battle. The young man says the girl was at danger. He hopes that magic will lose control. Then he asks how she feels. The heroine replies that really magic has come out of control, but her stud stopped everything. The protagonist believes that she was too careless. The girl laughs at the grades, glad that everything ended well. She thinks and says aloud, "I wonder what will happen next time." The young man smiles and jokes that he only has to pray so that next time there. If each of their adventure is the same, it will not last long. The heroine smiles and agrees with the young man. She addresses him because he has a question. She wondered if he would take her with him next time. The main character smiles a little, and in his eyes he can see a trick. Then he sighs quietly. He says that in this case she proved. He can stand up for himself in a fight, and if needed, will use his purchase to escape from danger. First, the hero is not going to forbid anyone to participate in adventures if they have the right abilities, even if it's a little girl. In addition, these people are fraudsters, and it seems to him that it is better for them to be with the same as they are than to stay alone. So the hero believes that it will be even more interesting. He reaches out his girlfriend's hand and offers her to stay friends and travel together as his comrades. The girl first looks at him timidly and in surprise. She is genuinely affected and does not try to hide it. A joyful baby smile appears on her face. The girl agrees to the proposal of the main character and joyfully rushes to him. The main character decides to report something important. After he and his friend visited a dangerous place, their level increased significantly. The main character carries a girl on her shoulders. He says he found these charming instruments in underground ruins when he investigated miners. The girl does not listen to his conversation. She sleeps quietly on his shoulders. The protagonist approaches two girls, and they are immediately interested in underground ruins. One of the heroines explains that this magical attack is called magical class, and it is equal to the monsters of the E rang. The second ability is called Blue Magic 1, and corresponds to the power of the monsters of D rang. These monsters look like wolves and belong to category B. They are also called blue metal wolves. The girls ask if they really managed to defeat everyone. The young man was quite tall and strong. He carefully planted his girlfriend at the table. The main character watches it in surprise. People gather around the snake you have overcome. Everyone looks at the wings and wonder what it is, because no one has an idea where they came from. The protagonist says that these are all the magical artifacts that they managed to overcome. The greatest among them was probably the cause of the disease. Over time, the memories of him will disappear from his thoughts. The girls are wondering if his partner really participated in the battle. They admire the skill of the hero because he coped with the task that no one of the adventurers would be able to solve so quickly, in just half a day. They sincerely thank the hero for everything he did. They have never met such a huge artifact. One of the girls recalls how she participated in the study of the ruins of Photorin and remembered every artifact found there. She is convinced that if she is unknown to this artifact, then the guild is also known about him even less. The protagonist agrees that there is no information about it in the guild. He believes that with new skills, he should be able to evaluate the opponent. He uses evaluation skills. The protagonist learns that before him, the prototype of the middle gun destruction, and there is a number 1 snake. He thought and realized that it was really a snake. Before turning back, he looked at the ruins again. The reason why this place was left was uncontrolled snake. He decides that if girls find out that he is aware of their family, he will have problems. Therefore, it is better to remain silent about it. But Kira does not stop wondering what a great relic is, and asks him if he was strong. The hero replies that yes, he scatters metal wolves on all sides. The young man says he had killed about 30 wolves, but the snake has apparently destroyed even more. The girls are surprised and sympathetic to look at their idol and ask if he really coped with 30 metal wolves. One of the girls says that if they were able to withstand the attack of so many opponents, it means that they are equal to the adventures of the rank A. By the way, she believes that the snake was also the same level. Meanwhile, the heroine who slept on the young man's shoulders slowly opened her eyes. They explain further, and then it seems that the hero is about to recognize the adventure of BB. They say that you need to have leadership qualities, so now rank B is the highest possible degree that a young man can reach. The young man gradually begins to think that he has done something incredible. The main character welcomes his acquaintances. He turns to him. The young man says the problem with the teenager's disease has already been solved. They finished all 3 days ago. Men look at the heroes in confusion. One of them is surprised and delighted with whether they really completed the investigation and solved the problem so quickly. The protagonist says that after he submitted his report, the conversation went to discuss some mysterious substance. The main question was how to prevent technology leakage during expansion of production. It seems that the kingdom where he is now is going to start sales. They paid a technical collection, and the protagonist feels that this breakthrough technology will be able to truly change the country. Suddenly, the protagonist stops and realizes that this is too big a matter for him. He had to participate in negotiations with the kingdom and focus on the opening of the case somewhere in the capital, but instead decided to transfer some of the profits and all the responsibilities of the coal association. He is still a traveler, and his journey has not ended. The week has passed very quickly, and negotiations with the miners' association have ended successfully. When the young man informed Guild that officially took the girl to his team, she was issued a card of the Guild. The guy himself was recognized for becoming the youngest and fastest adventurer who gained his rank. Compared to events at the national level, this story does not seem something special. The young guy approaches the girl and is interested in her hairpin. He is surprised because when they came out of the ruins, the girl was quite dark, as if everything in black. Why did she become bright again? The girl explains that all this is due to the magical energy he released. That is why she completely restored her strength. Usually she would take 30 years to accumulate strength, but this time was enough only a few days. The young man smiles uncertainly and thinks of who he really is, what he would be if he became a nuclear man. He thinks what will happen if you direct magic directly to it. Maybe so the pin will recharge faster. But the girl denies. She says that then the pin will break. The room enters a stranger heroine and apologizes for the delay. The girl says she has already completely removed the magic force from the metal of the iron lizard. Now the guy will be able to handle this metal anywhere if the equipment is needed. The young man thanks her for the help. He turns to his partner and asks if she thinks she needs armor. The girl replies that she does not need it because she is too heavy. The girl who just came in is wondered if they are going to another city. The guy replies that he only considers it. They plan to just go the way forward and look where it will bring them. There is no pause. The main character's friend suddenly feels something behind his back and looks sharply. There is nothing suspicious behind. The man calmly puts bags. The girls ask the young man what happened. The protagonist replied that he seemed to be missing something. Yes, his girl asked, what happened? The girl replied that the magic background disappeared about 100 kilometers from here. The main character could not believe his ears. He did not understand who was able to cope with magical overload. But this magic was so strong that even he felt it. It had to be a truly incredible force. But he cannot claim that no one in this world is able to create a spell of such force. He feels that the artifact, more powerful than the flying snake, has stopped acting. Does he understand that something happened behind the mountain? The young man returns to Sumanian and asks which cities are in hundreds of kilometers in the direction. The girl begins to list the cities that are located at the foot of the volcano. She asks the boy if he really wants to go there. The girl warns that a very dangerous maze, saturated with strong, high-rank monsters, awaits him on the way. The young guy, the main character, smiles and says that in this case they go to the hollow. The protagonist is inflamed, and he says that it will be even more interesting for everyone. The girl smiles and rejoices in future new adventures. A stranger replies that she knew that he would say. The protagonist is the youngest of men, and his girl is a real adventure finder. Together they left the Arera. Events occur 3 hours after takeoff. The young guy, along with his girlfriend, will fly upside down. Suddenly, the protagonist feels something unusual and turns back. The protagonist turns to his girlfriend and asks if everything is fine with her. She smiles and replies that all is well. The young man suddenly exclaims that she does not look tired at all, but rather just bored. It seems to him that the constant use of levitation does not cause any side effects. He suggests that it is due to the fact that she uses his discharged magic. In general, its flight speed is low, but if it does not start to accelerate, it will fly at almost the same speed as it. If everything goes on, they will be in the right place in a few minutes. The protagonist friend notices the monsters ahead and happily reports it to a friend. The young man suggests that she killed them. He was going to get to the city as soon as possible, but it did not work out as planned. They are blocked by the way of the crowd moon. On his way stands a large crowd of monsters. The girl looks at them in surprise. The protagonist says that his gaze has changed and now is time to warm up. The heroine is preparing for the attack. Both comrades together move towards the monsters. The heroes among the high, people's crowds slowly move to each other. When they meet in the middle, everything turns into a bloody massacre. The protagonist calls his girlfriend to hit enemies, but asks not to kill them. The girl agrees, but she is wondering why you need to do so. The young man asks, does she not see? The monsters look extremely appetizing, so they are sorry to waste. He wants to destroy them all. The heroine asks if these creatures are edible. She confesses that she has never seen such monsters before, so she does not know what to think about them. The man is surprised and looks at her. He understands that only because of the similarity of the monster to the crab, one cannot be sure that it can be eaten. So he decides to take advantage of his ability to evaluate. During the test, the main character suddenly realizes that he can eat him. He is incredibly glad. The girl shouts that the monster is approaching on the other side. The young man in admiration asks what they will do now. Suddenly his look changes. Meanwhile, the hero is approaching brown cockroaches. They can also be eaten, but they look completely unappetizing. The young man looks at them with horror. He tells his girlfriend that it's time to leave here. The girl is wondering why they run away. She has answered, "Enemies look weak," but the main character adds, "They just spoiled his mood and appetite." It's been a little time, I do not stop, and the young man turns breath. He is glad that they managed to break away from the pursuers. They finally reached the city where they went. The young man wondered how strange it was to travel with the child. They come to meet a man in a form that says that the roads are now swollen by monsters. He asks if everything is fine with them. The girl exclaims that these monsters are actually very weak. The young man replies that it is a low-level monster, but in his opinion, they are not so weak. The young man says that judging by the weapons of the guest, there is a real fighter. The protagonist understands that not only blacksmiths can guess that his witch sword is a special weapon. He notes that they are easily dealt with such monsters, except for cockroaches. He is interested in what happened and asks why so many monsters appeared near the city. A man uncertainly replies that this city is surrounded by 4 forests, each of which lives a lot of monsters. Recently, the monster began to break from one forest and tried to get to the neighboring forests. But if you look closely, all the monsters who met the heroes were moving in one direction. The protagonist asks if they know the cause of the resettlement. The young man replies that they know little, but there are rumors that the guild knows the truth. But since they have not sent the best team, the guy thinks it is not something serious and laughs. The protagonist thinks whether the guild does not hide any information. When a metal lizard appeared, and then, when he found a gang den, both guilds also left something with them. The young man asks you, is this a problem again of the same scale? While the youth is talking, the main character's girl is cheerfully circling around them. At some point, she rushes into the arms of her friend, scared, and asks what is happening. The guy reassures her, explaining that it is only an earthquake near volcanoes. This is often the case. Suddenly, everyone feels a strange smell. The young man decides that this is probably the smell of sulfur. Maybe this city smells. The security guard notes that there are a little more often earthquakes more often here, but there is nothing unusual about it. He adds that this can be considered one of the main colors of this city. He solemnly welcomes the heroes in this city and says that the door is always open here. The main character, along with his partner, looks around. They opened a city full of ancient ruins and hot springs. The young man was in surprise, because he did not even suspect that there were hot springs. In this city, people live wealthy and luxurious, but the price per night in hot springs is several times higher than in their old town. However, the hero understands what he pays for. After all, inside the hotel is already waiting for cozy, beautifully decorated rooms. He looks carefully around and notices that there are 3 separate rooms and even a kitchen inside. He turns to his companion and asks if she can prepare crabs with magic. He can no longer wait to taste them. The girl gladly agrees. The young man watches carefully how they cook. Suddenly, one of the crab claws begins to move. But at that moment, something distracts the hero, and he does not notice it. The young man notices that the earthquake begins again. He asks the girl to get away from the pan so that she is not accidentally poured with boiling water. However, the guy is genuinely rejoiced in the fact that she has already used levitation. When the crab was ready, the comrades sat at the table to eat. The main character wished everyone delicious. The young man opened the juicy crab meat. He came across one of Mrs. So of the most interesting things. The young man tries it to taste. The protagonist is passionate about the dish and notes that she is cooked just fine. In his opinion, the crab resembles the usual taste. The main character's girl also decided to try a piece. She says she got delicious. The young man asks the girl not to eat everything, because they still need food for breakfast. He proposes to hide the remains in inventory. The girl agrees. After a hearty dinner, she is wound to sleep. The girl is exhausted and almost falls asleep at the table. The protagonist watches her and feels a touch. The girl fell asleep immediately after dinner, It is not clear how old she is, but she looks like a regular baby. The young man decides that it is time to go to bed. He puts the heroine in bed and watches her soap in her sleep. The protagonist thought and sighed quietly. Now he needs to find out why there was a sharp fall in the magical background when they were in another city. But at first he decided to relax and relax. In addition, the young man remembered how they stopped near the sources and remembered that grapevines were growing here. Due to problems with the fuel in the city, there were no vans, so it washed with a regular water bullet. While his girl was asleep, the young man decided to throw away the hot bones. The main character sighs and says that the bathroom is a little hot, but it is still nice. Suddenly something attracts his attention, and he looks carefully. The young man notices that there is no shampoo. He understands that this is not surprising, because the locals are used to cleaning clothes and body with plain water. He suggested that a unique feature may be associated with some artifact. If destroyed, horrible consequences may occur. The young man looks around. He again feels strange jolts coming from under the ground. The protagonist decides that it is an earthquake again. Suddenly he seizes from the bathroom. The protagonist remembers his girlfriend, who is alone in the hotel. The guy does not leave anxious anticipation. He suggests that the girl could be scared of the earthquake. However, her ability to keep in the air will protect her from danger. However, he realizes that during sleep, it is unlikely to be able to take advantage of this skill. Judging by how the noise increases, she flies right here. The girl broke into the bath without warning. The young man shouted that she did not go, but the heroine did not listen to him and click him named. The girl dives into the water right next to him. A different expression appears on the main character's face, and she begins to play with a rubber duck. The young man watches her in surprise. After a while, the girl goes to bed again. The protagonist stands near her bed and watches carefully as she sleeps. It seems to him that the girl became so quiet, but in fact, she just fell asleep. The hero wants to go to the guild and understands it will be unwell if she wakes up. The hero decides to do so, but he prays me to make any earthquake anymore. Without spending time, he goes to the Adventurers Guild to return as soon as possible. There he asks if you can find out the details of this task. He says he tries to explore this artifact. In other words, he seeks the cause of the disappearance of a large amount of magic energy. He says he felt the same in the Harari. The only task that somehow concerns this is to find out the reasons why people turn into monsters. The young man says he does not know how well the guild is aware, so it is better to tell them nothing about the artifact. He adds that he wants to explore the forest. Then the main character asks if the guild is aware of what is happening there now. He wants to find out how well the guild is aware, so as not to bring them the information they already have. The girl he addressed this issue hesitates with the answer. She apologizes and says that he also knows nothing about this forest. The main character looks at her in surprise. The guardians of the main character tell everyone that she is only a trainee. The young man is upset, returns to her, and says she does not even try to pretend to be stupid. However, they still know a little. It is rumored that the guilds have much more information. The young man realizes that all the rumors are true. Even they hide something for workers. All other workers he asked also assured that they did not know anything about it. He apologized and said that he would have to press the girl. The protagonist said he wanted to investigate the disappearance of great magical power. The protagonist already realized that all this is related to the artifact. The girl is amazed at how quickly he realized everything. He proposes to move on and notes that there is something in the forest. Another woman enters the room and asks him to stop. She asks him to follow her because she wants to know everything he was able to find out. The young man goes, leaving the trainee in full misunderstanding. Then he sits at the negotiating table with his new acquaintance. She asks if this young man knows about artifacts. The young man replies that, as he suspected, all this is related to artifacts. It seems to him that she holds a high position. The hero wants to tell her a lot, but doubts if everything will be well. When he was in the Harari, he suddenly covered a strange feeling. He turned to a girlfriend who was well known on magic and she explained that it happened due to the sudden disappearance of most magical power. After that, he realized that such magical energy could only be created with the help of an artifact. The woman thoughtfully says what it means. The information has not leaked. She asks the boy how to call his girl, and he honestly answers her. The girl once again utters this name and remembers what the protagonist is named. The young man confirms everything related to Take Land. In his thoughts, he makes himself mentioned for mentioning his girlfriend, because it was not necessary to do so. He does not rest the question where the interlocutor knows their names. The girl smiles and says everything happened as she imagined. She says that a fresh report on the adventures from the air has recently appeared. They say that there were some extremely strong among them. In addition, there are several more volunteers who can get from the Herrera to the Arteon in just one day. In fact, the heroes overcame this distance in only 3.5 hours, so the woman does not know all the details about them. However, the news was still surprisingly quickly. There are no phones in this world. People transmit information with magic. In any case, it was with this organization that the young man did not want to conflict. He wondered if information about the artifact was hidden. The girl replied that only a few staff of the cell and the selected adventurers know about it. She tells that they already wanted to reveal this information to people, but someone ordered them to postpone it. The protagonist guesses that such orders came from someone from the leadership who seeks to hide the truth. He notes that the guild actually has great power as an organization. If there is someone who is able to forbid them, then it is only some feudal lord. The hero asks if you should always go for information from the outside if you want to know something. The girl replies that it is not always done, but only when it is not too urgent and does not require quick action. The young man asks if there is really nothing urgent now. The girl nods and confirms that everything is calm. She says that the perpetrators were already caught and punished. The protagonist thinks that the question has already been resolved. The girl says that if he wants to investigate himself, he or she must follow several rules. At first, she asks to remember her and explain that he came here thanks to Lasya. She says she will be pleased to help him if he does not know something. The hero nods with gratitude. It seems that it is enough for him. The young guy returns home. In the end, he did not find anything valuable. She explained that the criminals turned off the light, but the monster still continued evacuation, so the artifact should be there. We just turned it off and destroyed it. It seems to him that if he finds this path, he learns more information he needs. The next day, the hero, along with his girlfriend, went to battle with monsters. The young man says they have already come to the forest where the magic force disappeared. Today, they are going to hunt for different monsters and at the same time look for traces of artifact. He asks the girl to inform if she feels a monster or some strange magical power. She agrees to help him. She explains that a broken magic tool to feel a little harder than other things. The hero believes that finding an artifact that has disappeared magical power is a little more complicated than usual. It is impossible for an ordinary person at all. He only agrees with the heroine. He asks her if she knows in what direction the artifact needs to be destroyed. The girl confesses that he knows nothing about it. There are many powerful sources of magical energy around us around the perimeter. The protagonist decides to act decisively to cope with all the tasks as soon as possible. He proposes to search the whole territory. The girl gladly supports this idea. The hero rapidly rushes into the forest. There are often evil wolves with sharp fangs. The girl releases a magic glow around her. They bite into the skin of wolves and so they overthrow them to the ground. Hunting is successful. Suddenly, the heroes notice that behind them a flock of wild boars, headed by a leader, rushes. They correspond to the hero of fireballs, but it still moves further deep. They always support each other and work together as a real team. The protagonist monitors everyone around everything, trying to soberly evaluate the situation. Both heroes are very accurate and always fall exactly. The protagonist is adjusting. He needs to defeat all the enemies around. Suddenly, the guy heard strange sounds. He stopped for a moment, listening to. He watches how his girl boldly beats with monsters and is surprised how many of them are around. He watches the battle closely and notices that the girl kills monsters faster than he has time to catch them. He has to approach each purpose to put it in inventory, which is why the process is very slow and inconvenient. He suggests trying to use magic to make the job more efficient. For example, you can attract the bodies of the dead by means of magical energy. The main character has already tried to do something like that. When he pulled one of the killed monsters, he accidentally pulled something. The protagonist himself was scared of this. The girl looks at her girlfriend in surprise. She asks the protagonist what he does. The young man replies that he simply reminds himself of his own carelessness in managing magic. He returns to her and says that with the help of magic, he tightens the killed monsters to himself, so it will be more likely to collect them and add to the inventory. The girl with sadness points out that these monsters are very heavy. She turns to the main character and says he can move faster to collect them all faster. The girl asks why he does not use the magic of speed. The young man asks what magic she talks about. He hears for the first time, then specifies whether it implies the magic used to move. It is easy to imagine that it is enough for him to fill the body with a mana to become stronger and get rid of weakness. The main characters decide to try this later. The girl asks him not to approach her too quickly. The young guy says that for security he decided to try a weak acceleration. He also says that he uses magical acceleration technique. The girl watches carefully at her girlfriend. The young man notices that nothing is happening and asks you if he gave too little man. Then he decides to try again. This time the protagonist breaks out of place quickly. The girl is scared of his rapid movement. The young man spins in the air and suddenly scares because he realizes that he loses control of the situation. He further attributes him to the wind. The main character crashes into a tree. Come out of the tree, he looks as if he had just got out of smoke, all the broken and slightly sloppy. The hero complains that this magic is very inconvenient. Ray, very frightened and slightly lost, runs to Kada and with anxiety in his voice asks whether everything is fine with him. The guy, trying to look confident, replies that everything is well with him. The man is wondering if he is worried about his clothes, because he is all right and he is unharmed. The guy recalls that his clothes have an interesting property. He increases protection, but spends manu. Kira notes that the level of protection he now feels is very similar to Garden's leather armor, those to which he is used to and who knows well. At this point, the guy asks Ri if the magic of armor will be able to turn on if he is thrown against a tree, imagining this situation. The girl thought about his question and thought whether magic always works the same, because there were different circumstances. Kada says that armor perhaps is constantly operating and all this time absorbs the energy that is released around. He thinks about his feelings. The girl agrees with his guess and adds that with him the armor really become more powerful, and this can be a decisive advantage on the battlefield. Hearing this, the guy was surprised. How could such a huge horn be even more powerful? The girl asks if he knew about this feature of her form. The guy replies that one of those who wore this armor in general guessed it. Now he finally understands why he is still alive. He asks in Ray if he will be able to master the magic of acceleration in such a situation, because it can save it. The girl confidently replies that you just need to continue to try, and everything is sure to succeed. The guy confidently states that he is not going to stop training, even when they travel the forest, destroy monsters, and open new mysterious places. The girl smiles and rejoices in Kaida, eagerly agreeing with his decision. Suddenly the guy runs and hit a tree that looks funny enough. The girl, anxious and clearly concerned, asks if everything is fine with him. The guy, despite what happened, confidently replies that everything is fine with him, and it reassures her. Gathering with the spirit, Kai accelerates and runs again, cutting into the trees. He repeats it again and again, trying to accelerate even more. The guy squeezes his fists, confidently stating that he is all up. The girl looks at him with surprise, admiration, and a little with fear. The man, carefully looking around, asks Ray where the closest monster is. The girl focuses, raises her hand, and points her finger in the right direction. The guy rejoices in such help and confidently goes in the direction. Running the forest, he feels that he is already beginning to understand how everything works. It is pleasing. But at the same time, he understands that if he is constantly accelerated with this magic, he once will cut into a tree or something, because it does not work the movement during the action of spell, and this thought is alarming. The man wondered and decided that to avoid collisions, this device needs to be switched on and off. He realized that it was necessary to turn it first and then turn off immediately. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in front of him. It challenges teeth and looks straight at him, preparing for the meeting. The monster with big ears looks carefully deep into the forest and suddenly notices the flash in front of which immediately attracts his attention. Kadad quickly jumps from tree to tree, trying to sneak up to the animal as quietly as possible. But the monster suddenly notices him and scares him, showing ordinary instinctive fear. The frightened animal waves sharply paw, trying to hit the guy. The man is cleverly evading, demonstrating his skills and magic of acceleration. The guy strongly beats the monster's leg in the stomach. He rejoices because he realizes that his magic acceleration helps not only move faster, but also make powerful blows. Now, he had an advantage. The monster, moaning with pain, flies to the tree from the impact of the guy. Meanwhile, the guy easily lands on the ground, demonstrating his skills. The guy, with a little nervous smile, asks the girl if she liked this performance. Ray, trying to be objective, replies that his movements look strange, and this can lead to failure and success. The guy does not lose optimism and assures that all is well until he can use magic. But before she had time, the girl suddenly saw something ahead. Ray suddenly notices something strange and asks the boy to stop. She feels a powerful and unusual magical power, so both are alert. The guy looks at Ray in surprise, realizing that it may be important. When the boys came closer to the place where the unknown magic came from, they, hiding behind the bushes, noticed something strange and quite unusual. Just in the middle of the forest, a large round drive with a mysterious pattern opened in front of them. There was a mysterious hidden message behind this. The guy decided that these were the ancient ruins of Jairus, and maybe it was a real find. The subject seemed impermeable and was enveloped in magical power, so they both became true. A girl and a guy look at the stove with delight and joy, realizing how important she is. Ria draws attention to the lid and is surprised what it is unusual. The guy rejoices and suggests that there should be something wonderful under the lid, and then praises the girl for his excellent work, with joy ending their journey. The characters finally open the round plate and see the stairs leading into the mysterious underground space. Kaida and Ria look at the stairs with surprise. The feeling of mystery around is so strong that they cannot pronounce a word. Already at home, in the estate, Lassa-san asked two heroes who sat opposite her whether they noticed something interesting while traveling the forest, starting a light, casual conversation. Rhea, without holding back her emotions, exclaims that she was quite bored, as if trying to discharge the atmosphere. But the guy interrupts her and confidently says that it is better to let him calmly and clearly explain everything. He says that 12 kilometers to the southwest of this place is the entrance to the forest, which was closed by an object similar to the same lid. It encourages them to new thoughts. He then told that when they went down, they found underground ruins, and everything around was completely destroyed. Kayata adds that he found traces of burnt things, but in addition, there was only a bunch of scrap metal, which was of no value. Lucia-san, carefully and with interest, he answers what it means. There was something valuable, something that excites the imagination. The guy agrees and says it was an artifact, similar to the pedestal that they now mention. The guy, delving into his thoughts, suggests that this was the cause of the strange phenomenon that happened during their adventure. Kaida added that while they were in the dungeon, the remains of a large magic stone lay nearby. Probably this stone was on the pedestal, and now there were even more questions. He says that when they checked the pedestal, they found that it was only part of a major system. This emphasized the complexity of the whole situation. The guy thinks and says that they are already learning nothing new about this device. But he believes that this place was previously an auxiliary station with its own main system, which hid its secrets. The woman sitting opposite the boy says that strange phenomena were probably started because the large magic stone was switched off. The girl stops, holding her chin with her hand, and thinks of hearing thoughtfully. The man, thinking about the situation, believes that even if a girl knows something, she is unlikely to want to share this knowledge with them. He understands that Lassia-san seems to know nothing about this auxiliary subject. After a long pause, the girl looks at the boy and says he wants to ask him something. She says that he had called underground ruins an auxiliary building. A girl with a serious face continues the conversation, asking whether Kayat knows it thanks to some of his or her research abilities. It goes to the most important. The guy is scared at this point, and Ray, in order not to attract extra attention, calmly drinks from the pot and watches the conversation closely. The guy catches himself thinking that Lackason is right, because they both have this ability, and begins to worry if he said unnecessary. Kaida is amazed at how she managed to draw such conclusions from only a few words, and the guy thinks that no one had to learn about his skill. The girl bows her head and says he does not insist that he tells all the details. Her words fill the air with trust. Layli Asan explains that she needs to know as much as possible about the abilities of adventurers in the event of an emergency. She remembers their merit. They were able to quickly solve the problem with Herer's mental illness. Lisi suspects that one of their team has a very developed talent for analysis that he carefully hides. The guy is silent, only smiles a little, and his companion watches him with surprise, noticing his mood. The man is a little worried that Losia-san can use this information for his own purposes. At the same time, the guy is amazed at her ingenuity and insight. The guy closes his eyes concentrated, plunging into reflections. He decides that the best thing now is to tell Losia-san as much as possible and rely on the guild. Gathering with thoughts, the man replies that he can confirm his words with his unique skill. The girl is happy to say that he later asked him about the road to the ruins, making it clear. The guy looks at her with interest, trying to understand what she means. The girl replies that she has already told him before. Only a few adventurers and members of the guild know the truth about the current problem. Licia confidently says that their team is also worth knowing this to keep up with the events. The guy looks carefully at the girl, realizing how important her words are. The woman in the glasses seriously stated that she could not tell him without the permission of the leadership, and because of this he began to worry. She asked him not to wait a lot and be patient. The guy thanks to her for understanding and support. Keita thinks that she decided to trust him because he shared with her personal information. He guesses that the causes of all problems are hidden in this secret information. A man can only hope that the management will allow him to reveal it. He believes that the best option for the study will be the largest ruins nearby, for example, the Ordine Maze. The guy sitting on the bed was surprised to look at Ray and asked what was the way of protection against earthquakes, clearly interested in her idea. The girl, lying on a bed that hangs right in the middle of the air, welcomes the boy in the morning. He smiles, replies to her that this way to sleep is very unusual, and jokes adds that it looks quite funny. The guy, walking in the city, asks Ria if she was fine with her, and whether she hit her dream, worrying about her. The girl smiles and says that everything is well, but confesses that she would like to be a little higher. However, it is difficult to change it when you sleep. The guy realizes that it is absolutely impossible, but when he heard her optimistic words, he smiles to himself. Suddenly, the city trembled, and this roar scared all its inhabitants, even the main characters. The man, when evaluating the situation, asks whether the grill is all right. Raya, with a slight laughter, replies that she is used to such, and the guy rejoices, hearing it, rejoicing her endurance. The girl is wondering where they go today, and it adds even more mystery. The guy Delight replies that they go to the guild to explore the maze. Suddenly, someone turns to Kada, and friends look back immediately to see who it is. The man asks what happened. The stranger is called and explains that it works in a guild, and then offers to go inside to talk. The guy looks at her wary, trying to understand what she wants. The girl approaches the counter with a bunch of papers in her hands and reports that all these documents are collected at the request of Archon Fiona Sen. He asked for joint work, to explore and help study the recently found ancient ruins. The young man, when he heard the conversation, asks her companion if she is familiar with one of the members of the guild. The girl responds with a smile and honestly says he knows nothing about it. The guild employee tells the boy that the reward can be discussed, and he decides to accept or give it up. The guy thinks he really wants to look at the recently found ruins on his own, and this thought excites him. Kayadia did not stay and asked if this man was one of the guild representatives. The girl smiled and shook her head. The guy is thinking about why this person puts on his candidacy right now, when a time is completely inappropriate. The guy represents Lassia Sine and tells that she asked him to share this information with the whole team. Holding the tablet in his hands, the guy thinks that most likely it is the case of the hands of Lossia's son. But even if not, he can still go to new ruins and hope that he will be lucky there. The guy thanks the girl for the information received and promises to try to meet her. Kaida and Ria approached the building that stood in front of them. The girl looked at this structure in a confusion, and the guy, disdainful and with the fate of irony, threw the phrase that it was just a majestic tofu house. Ria did not understand his words, so she asked without catching sarcasm. The man ordered them to move forward but suddenly stopped again. She shouted loudly to the boy to stop, because she noticed how strange magic was leaking from the door. The guy suspected that it could be a trap, and wondered if it was not dangerous here. The girl carefully inspected the terrain and replied that she seems to be safe, although her doubts still remained. She noticed that it was somehow related to the door, but she could not solve how everything was going on. The guy thought about how a woman uses a magical object instead of an intercom, and this idea seemed quite interesting to him. He asked Raya to be alert so that in order not to get lost and prepare for unexpected events. Suddenly the door opened, and a girl appeared on the doorstep, who seems to know the main characters well. Kedit and Ria were surprised and looked at her a little. The hero noticed a girl with fox ears and tail. She had fun that they were told about them. The girl with her ears was curious with interest that their group is quite unusual, and these words the characters carefully turned her gaze. The guy immediately realized that the fox in front of him was not an ordinary animal but a beastman. He did not expect such a meeting at all and asked her if she was Fionason. The girl exclaimed with a wide smile that she was she, and this was even more surprised by her husband. He said he heard she nominated his candidacy for personal investigation of mysterious ruins. The fox girl alerted her ears. It was interested. The girl cheerfully secured his tail, confirming the boy's words, and added that she was not asking on behalf of the guild, her personal request. She leaned forward and said quietly that the ruins are most likely not the same as they imagine. The woman stressed that she found these ruins on her own. The man looked at her in surprise without understanding such an unexpected turn of events. The guy, trying to understand his thoughts, guessed that this way of talking could be related to Losia-san. It seemed to him that the guild stored similar information with the help of something like a guild card, and Losia-san finds a way to bypass these rules to tell him important things. The guy reached out and asked to tell more about these ruins. The girl answered that there was full of terrible monsters and traps. The girl sighed and said that she had already tried to go here alone, but everything she was capable of was to escape. It was very surprised by the guy. The guy asked if she really tried to challenge herself, even working as an archaeologist. The girl smiled, lifted his fist, and laughed, answering that she was still confident in her endurance. She assured the boy that there was no need to contact her so officially, because she is not some important person. The guy could not resist and agreed with the girl. Fiona-san happily said that thanks to artifacts, they will be able to overcome enemies, and it greatly encouraged everyone. The chanterelle added that she could help if she had a pin. Raya, frightened, grabs Katie and exclaims that he will not give a pin. She reassures the girl and explains that taking a pin will not work. Even if someone wants it, a powerful artifact is capable of listening to only one person. Fiona-san adds that this stud is only interested in it as an object for research. He heard a surprise guy. He did not expect such an answer at all. The man thinks whether a hairpin is a hairpin in a kind of artifact. He is wondering if she has restrictions on use and what she really is. In parallel, the girl is angry with the cheeks and holds the boy firmly by the hand. The guy, wanting to understand the situation, asks Fiona-san if each has a personal attachment to the owner. The girl replies that only particularly powerful artifacts have such a feature. When it comes to the highest class artifacts, then they choose their owner from the moment of creation, and no one but the owner will be able to use them. A man asks a girl who is a level of hairpin in Ria. Fiona-san replies that a detailed study should be conducted, but this stud is best among all the magical subjects she met. The chanterelle is enthusiastically said that hairpin is simply incredible. Ray is surprised to look. Already in a better mood, she exclaims that her stud is simply incredible, and this lifts everyone's mood. Fiona-san leans up to the girl and, laughing, supports her, which is why the guy smiles too. He begins to understand that Ria has a really special thing, and the riddle around her becomes even greater. The guy approaches Fiona and is interested in what reward she is ready to give for the study of the ruins. The girl thinks a little and replies, he can pick up all the artifacts found in the ruins if he instead agree to explore the ruins for at least 3 days. The guy was surprised and a little confused with whether it is normal to offer them such favorable conditions. The girl smiles and says that all is well. She just needs to look at the item. In addition, she is so difficult to deal with artifacts, so they do not need it. The guy thought, realizing that her main specialty was archaeology, not artfactology. He is surprising that she can still analyze artifacts a little. He confesses that little knows about these ruins and asks her to tell them about them. The girl agrees and says that she will be pleased to share with him many interesting stories. However, the chanterelle turned her head and said that this time she did not have any hidden information from the guild, so she could not help. The guy realized that this loophole was used by San. Keita thought, she can't just give them information without permission. But if this is a private investigation, it will not be stopped, especially if the information he learns in the ruins will not violate privacy rules. It turns out that this is a profitable deal, even more for him than for her. The guy realizes that in return, he should protect Fiona when conquering the ruins. Keita, full of determination, asks when they go. The girl lifts the index finger and says with a smile they can start as soon as they are ready. The guy says it is too unexpected, but Fiona-san is calmly replied that it is best to end it as soon as possible. The girl looks and says that all this can still be postponed for 10 years as far as they know. The guy realizes that this is another strange phenomenon, like a bomb that is about to explode, but without any timer. Ray looks at the girl in surprise, and the guy confidently says they need to move on immediately. 3 heroes walk the path that stretches along the waterfall in the thick forest. They boldly head to the great cave. A girl with a joyful smile announces that they finally got places. The man notes that the cave is very similar to a natural hot-buy. At this point, the chanterelle is heavily sighing from fatigue, feeling easy. Kedid asks in Ray if she feels something strange. The girl thinks and replies that he feels a lot of charming tools inside, but stops and uncertainly adds that none of them seems great. The guy believes that even if there were some magical artifacts inside, they are most likely destroyed. He decided that it is better to assume that there could be only magic traps or tools. The man asks Fiona what plan they have. The girl replies that he is the most protected of all in this situation. Ray is joyfully jumping and calling the name of Kaid, which inspires confidence in all present. The man agrees that they may be right. Then Fiona smiles and puts a magical artifact in the boy's hand. The man looks at this thing in surprise and asks what a magic tool is. The girl hugs Ray behind and smiles, saying that they will follow and are ready for new adventures. The fox adds that it will place all the traps on the way, so everyone is safe. Fiona, with a light smile, laughed and said that all their strategy to stay behind and then sent the boy forward. Kada looks at a girl with confusion and fear in her eyes, realizing that he is actually sent to go alone. The boys stopped before entering the cave. There was a tense atmosphere around. The guy looked at the girls, and they looked at him with curiosity and admiration. Kaida, considering his new magic tool, thought he could be useful for traps. He is wondering if the girl knows about his high defensive power, or this tool she gave him is really something special and unusual. The guy noticed that this tool could save the owner from a deadly blow, but only works once. He realized that the girl actually wanted him to be fatal. The girl smiled nervously and looked at the boy, realizing that her secret had opened. Kada, with raised eyebrows, asked Fiona whether she had any techniques or artifacts that could neutralize these traps. The girl only shrugged and replied that, unfortunately, she had nothing like that. Rhea, who heard it, looked at Fiona in surprise and could not hide her surprise. The girl suddenly smiles broadly, squeezes his fist near her chest, and says she has heard a lot about his feats from the guild. In her voice is heard admiration. The fox with shining eyes returns to the guy and assures him that everything will be fine. It is joined by Ria, also encouraging Kaida that everything is settled. But the guy says nothing. He is silent, feeling the waves of anxiety. The guy squeezes his lips and thinks that these two are not just approaching each other, but also very similar. He understands that he has the magic of healing, and decides that he cannot allow Rhea and Fiona to move forward together. The guy finally agrees with the girls and says they will do it. Rhea and Fiona exclamedly exclaims his decisions, and the atmosphere of optimism prevails around immediately. Suddenly Ray stops and says with a fright that a magical trap is arranged on the left, but it does not pose a threat to Kaid. The guy clarifies the girl that she means under the word safe. The man sighs and closes his eyes, advising to just stay away from her. But suddenly, he accidentally comes on some switch, and he gives out a characteristic click. The guy looks at it and is surprised, realizing that a regular physical switch is in front of him. Suddenly, Rhea shouted loudly. At that moment, some arrow flies off the mechanism and flies directly into the guy. However, he does not immediately notice. The arrow hit a man's cloak, but does not punch him, but bounces the side. The girls look at it with surprise and fear, not understanding what happened. Taida turns and looks at the nearest arrow in surprise. He tells the girl that it was a casual shot. The girl shrugs her shoulders and noticed that the guy is not injured, and is still surprised by his strange protective abilities. The guy smiles and says he understood everything. Rhea, with the guilty look, apologizes to his girlfriend and explains that it was not magic, so she could not feel it. The guy smiles and reassures her, saying that everything is well with him and you should not worry. He notices that both magical and physical traps are installed here. The physical trap seems weak, as if it were specially made to cause them to have a sense of security. It is alarming, Kaidi. The young man looks carefully and tries to find out what traps they surround them with magical analysis. Using his magic, he sends a spell forward, and many hidden traps appear in surprise. Girls are delighted to watch this. The guy twisted and jokingly suggested using magic to immediately activate all these traps. Fiona, with a slightly tense smile, agreed that it was a really good thought. Together with Ray, the guy reaches out his hand and says the spell. At the same moment, all the traps explode, lifting a loud clutter and chaos in the air. Kaida, having reassured a little, asks in Ray if he can find a place where the magical traps are located, and how many of them. The girl replies that, yes, maybe, and adds, one of the traps is just next to him. The guy is disappointed that he does not see these traps. He understands that if he does not see them, he will not be able to use his analysis on them. Fiona says magical traps are well hidden. Usually it can notice a few such traps, but this time it is unlikely to find at least one. It is further straining their journey. The girls looked joyfully. Funi, smiling, said Ri that she was incredible. The girl only laughed back. The guy, watching them, realized that he could now rely on the river in finding magical traps. He asks how to neutralize magical traps. The girls rotate, and Ria says that it is enough to just stand on her. The girl assures the boy that she, along with Fiona, will definitely be sideways, because some traps can really block the way. He will have to pass them skillfully if he does not want to come on them accidentally. A man with a slight doubt in his voice asks Fiona which she thinks now. He then wonders what will happen if he comes to a magical trap. The girl sighs and explains that everything depends on the type of trap. Some can cause monsters, others can cause rain or something like that. Fiona adds that last time she was here, most of the traps simply exhausted her strength, and this is alarming Cade. Fiona seriously says that they are better off, and Ria insists that you just need to step on them. The guy decides to trust Ray's. He realizes that she is much better versed in magic than himself. Kada, a little worried, agrees to try to step on a magical trap at least once, causing the girls to look at him in surprise. The guy lifts his leg, getting ready to step on a likely trap. Seeing this, the girls carefully retreat, feeling the stress grows in the air. He wandered with fear, preparing hard for something terrible. He firmly stepped on a magical trap and, holding his breath, prepared for all he began to crack and hiss. The guy looked forward, because nothing happened. He asked the girls why nothing happened. Raya exclaimed that she was right. In response, Fiona simply looked away, trying to understand what happened. Ray explained that the magical power of the trap was scattered because of the boy's ability. Because these traps were well hidden, they stored very little magical energy. The guy, not believing his eyes, asks the girl where she went. Then he thinks how the force he released was able to destroy everything around. Going further the corridor, they noticed a large wooden door on which the puzzles were written. Kada returns to the Fion and asks if they are going to look inside. He understands that the room can be full of traps. The girl replies that these ruins were once an important building, and in her opinion, people rarely leave traps in such rooms. However, if it was a military base, dangerous surprises could really remain in the middle. The guy looks at the door and thinks that if there is nothing dangerous behind them, then to put traps there is no point. He invites girls to look inside. When they opened the door and went inside, a large empty space opened in front of them. Friends look around, and the guy says the room looks good. The girl replies that the pattern on the walls is somehow not suitable. Then the guy returns to her and asks if they both see that the room is actually empty. Fiona, with a serious face, says that the one who used this room was able to escape from the institution. Now there is nothing here, but he could leave the traps that could harm the object. The guy sighs and says that this is probably the worst thing that has ever happened to him. He even thinks of surrender. The girl smiles uncertainly and asks him not to speak, so trying to cheer. She confidently explains the boy that if there are traps in the hallway, there may be a treasure somewhere nearby. Even if they find nothing, these ruins themselves are of great value for research. She adds that when looking for hidden doors in depth, they can make important discoveries. The man notes that at first glance the ruins seem empty. However, he suspects that there may be a surprise there, as it happened in the ruins of the Herrera. Kaya soothes the girl, promising that she will fulfill her request, so there is no reason to worry. The guy asks if they have already finished with this room. The girl replies that he will return here to look more closely. It adds that the food is enough if it can at least make the ruins safer. The young man turns to her with a smile and proposes to first go to the deepest part. The boys confidently stepped through the cave, looking at the ancient ruins and having fun. And Fiona seriously recorded important observations in her notebook. The guy walked in front of a narrow corridor with brick walls, and the girls stepped after him, carefully examining everything around. The man noticed that the corridor became narrower and narrower, and the girls agreed with him, listening to his words carefully. Fiona also noted that something had changed in the air, but the ceiling still remained high, which added even more mysteriousness. Exploring the surrounding space, Rai suddenly stops. She felt something strange and unusual. She shouted Katie, warning about some strange magic ahead, and pointed her finger to the way from where she felt something unusual. Fiona looked at the girl in surprise and thought she was attentive that she noticed the changes so quickly. The guy wondered if this strange magic was different from the traps with which they had already encountered. The girl thought for a moment and acknowledged that she was not sure, but this magic seemed weak. She asked the boy if he wanted to stand on her. Fiona cleared his fist in support of her girlfriend. The girl suggested first to leave together and let the guy go ahead. The man was silent, believing that it would be better. The guy went forward and came in his voice behind the scenes, feeling the excitement grows in him. Feeling something wrong, Ray shouted to the boy that the trap had already worked. Fiona was surprised by such a rapid reaction of the girl and her ingenuity because he realized how serious the situation was. At this point, Kada realized that the trap was too strong and his magic would not be able to scatter it. Worried, he asked the girls asking what trap was activated. Suddenly, everything around was shook and moved. The girls and the guy were much scared because they did not even realize what was happening on their back. The loud noise made them turn sharply. With fear and anxiety, they saw how a large puck was flying in a narrow hallway to them. The boys were even more frightened when a huge puck, as a corridor, began to accelerate. Seeing all this, the girls were very scared. Their eyes were widely revealed by the fear of the approaching threat. They were covered with an adrenaline wave, and together they rushed to run away, quickly moving away from a giant metal washer which was constantly approaching. Fiona shouted at the guy, asking what happened. The guy, already stretching the sword and preparing to defend the girls, thought that Rhea felt something strange because it was a trap that combined physical strength and magic. The man realized that it was a very ordinary trap. Looking at the girls, he shouted to them so that they would run on without stopping. Due to his magic, Kide accelerates rapidly from new traps. Fiery arrows fly around it. He did this in order to activate all the traps in front and take them on themselves, so that the girls do not get into them. He only has this huge metal structure that was rapidly approaching the girls. The man runs past Fiona. She does not even have time to say anything because he moves quickly. The guy warns the girl that now something will do with this metal disc. In response, Fiona yells at him. They say he does not know that such metal is not destroyed. The man waves his hand and imposes a spell. He turns to the girl and exclaims that he is not going to destroy it. In fact, he wants to stop him. The young man is a shield on the ground, and a high stone wall suddenly grows from under his feet. It should protect everyone from danger. The giant metal object with a roar crashes into the stone wall and begins to punch it. A man cannot understand as possible. Girls are frightened and in surprise watching what is happening. The trap begins to move even faster, breaks the stone wall and rushes directly to the boys. The hero fades away from horror and despair because he realized that everything was going on at all as he planned. He shouts to girls that there is no other way out. It is necessary to run. Girls with tears and fear in their eyes are already running around. Kai turned and looked at the dangers of rapidly approaching. He thought that perhaps the washer flies so quickly through the slope, but the guy was amazed. His magic can no longer restrain this threat. With fear in his eyes, he watched everything, realizing that the situation was becoming more dangerous. The man realizes that they move too slowly. Without hesitation, he picks up Fiona into his hands. The girl looks at him in surprise, delay a little, but the guy does not stop and still screams them to run as soon as possible. The guy shouted to Ray, so she ran forward as soon as possible. The girl did not think and accelerated rapidly. Fiona, confused and surprised by what is happening, asks what he is doing. But it is at this point that the guys are even more accelerated by the movement. It sharply exclaims from surprise and fear, feeling the situation is becoming more dangerous. The guy noticed that they managed to go a lot of distance and loudly asked Ray, which, thanks to his abilities, had already flew ahead of whether there was a crossroads ahead. The girl quickly looked around and reported that there was indeed a crossroads on the left. The boys look forward and notice the passage to the room on the left. Holding Fiona on her hands, Kada asks Ray if there is a monster inside. The girl replies that there is no monster, but there is something else. Suddenly the man notices something strange in sight. He noticed something strange on the ceiling that was not exposed to magic. This resembled a trap. The guy says all this is very similar to a trap, but he is convinced that this does not mean that you need to run away, because staying and fleeing, the options are too dangerous. At this point, Raya shouts loudly to Kaida, which is approaching the danger. The guy, excited, nervously looks at the trap that chases after them. Fiona wanted to say something to the guy, but he understood her without words and asked the girls to go into the room. The girls immediately slowed down at the same moment when they almost crashed, like on their wings, flew inside. At that moment, a large metal tool was swept by the room, accompanied by a whistling sound and clamping some mechanism on its way. The man safely landed on the floor of the room just past and still held the girl in his arms. At this point, Ray also easily jumped inside. Suddenly, something loudly fell out. Huge metal doors closed with a grunt, enclosing a single way out. The boys turned, stunned by unexpected noise. The guy carefully put the girl on the floor. She, trying to recover, said they were trapped. Without waiting for a second, the man rushed to the door and ordered the girls to stay still. It hits metal doors using pressure magic, but in response, only minor scratches appear on their surface. Realizing that nothing helps, the man lowers his hand and sighs hard, saying that it is very difficult. Girls are surprised to follow everything that is happening and cannot understand how to get out of this situation. Suddenly, Ray felt something wrong. A suspicious creak came to her ears. She exclaimed to the boy that something strange was happening. The man was alert and asked what had happened. At this point, the fox girl watched with interest. But the guy noticed a little more strange, so with surprise and fear, he turned to the way where the sound came from. Suddenly, a metal hatch, which was previously looked by the guy, is opened, and strange metal structures begin to crawl out of him. A large metal block falls out of the hatch, and the boys are surprised. They do not understand what it is. Behind the guy from the hatch has already started to leave more and more large metal robots on caterpillars. He looked at it with horror and realized that it was dangerous to stay here. When dust was settled, the guys saw a strange artifact. It was a Crusher Type 3. It looked like a large rectangular robot with caterpillars instead of wheels. Kayada fell, realizing that he would have to fight with them. He noted that these opponents seemed strong. His face was visible that he was aware of a dangerous battle ahead. The man examined the robots carefully, holding the sword with alert. He told the girls that these were ancient mechanisms that they need to overcome. Suddenly, the work came to life and rapidly moved towards the heroes. Raya Vovli warned friends that the cars were coming, and the boys, frightened, quickly tried to understand what to do next and to evaluate the situation. The guy, holding Fiona firmly, jumps off the work a moment before the collision. Raya, together with his friends, also quickly tends to join and has time to join them. The guy thinks that the work is trying to crush them with their heavy designs, but notices that they are slow enough. Kayana asks how much he needs to strengthen his spear in order to overcome the enemies. The girl thinks and replies that it should be strengthened about 20 times. The man, in surprise, again turns to the girl. He did not expect such an answer at all. The guy realizes that they need to win a little time to come up with a more thoughtful plan. Looking at the robots, Kada ordered Raya to protect Fiona. Using the magic of acceleration, the guy jumped to the robots in an instant, getting ready for the attack. The girls were surprised and did not look out of the boys, feeling his determination. The man was indignant, thinking that his charming sword here is powerless against such a strong armor. He understands that you need to beat the crystals, which are located exactly in the middle of the body, like the eyes. Kadia aims and causes a direct blow to the sword directly into the center of the crystal work. Another robot noticed it and stopped, looking carefully at his opponent. The man, already in a passionate mood and understanding how to deal with them, shouted work to attack him. The ancient mechanism, feeling the danger, rushed to the guy sharply, but suddenly he changed his mind and quickly turned right. The girls were surprised to see. The man explained that even if he is not able to pierce their metal, it does not mean that he cannot deprive them of their ability to move. Ray looked at her girlfriend with delight, and the Fiona apologized and confessed that she could not help them. Hearing this, the guy turned. The warmth smiled at the girl and said that she was not worried, because that is what she needed: security. He looked at the robots, and then turned to the girls and said that they should leave this room until they still had the opportunity. Recovering, Kada lifted his sword and applied the magic of a stone spear. Suddenly, high stone rocks grew out of the ceiling, creating a protective barrier around it. Thanks to the magic of the guy, closed metal doors exploded with sparks. The passage opened out, and the boys felt a wave of hope. Now they have a chance to get out of this dangerous place. When Kaida finally came out of a long isolation, she admires to continue their fascinating journey. Rhea joyfully jumped sideways, lifted his fist, and supported this idea with a smile. Fiona, though tired and a little upset, quietly moved after them, without saying a single word. She looks at him in confusion, and is surprised by what incredible abilities he has. He replies with a barely noticeable smile that he is, after all, he is a traveler. Ray, which was a little ahead, suddenly notices something interesting and exclaims enthusiastically. The girl lifts a stone full of puzzles from the ground, and with a spark in his eyes tells the boy that she found a magic stone. The man looks at her, interested in her find. The guy looked at the stone and thought that he may be nourishing these strange mechanisms. Then he suggested taking them with him to explore later. The boys again go familiar corridors, confidently walking forward and full of hopes. Suddenly, the guy notices something. His face is astonished and fear, and he begins to shoot it all on video. Ray is also amazed at what he saw and fades on the spot. The guy, looking at a huge pile of debris, says that a real mess is waiting for them. He is wondering if it was really the same room before, because they accurately walked the corridor. He thinks that perhaps mysterious cars have destroyed it. Rhea examines the wreckage and remnants, agrees with a friend and nods his head. Suddenly the guy hears the sad voice of his girlfriend. It rotates and looks back, and anxiety appears in his eyes. He saw Fiona, who was sitting on the floor and crying. She sobbed and said that the valuable documents they had previously been talked about were destroyed and impossible to restore them. The girl could not stand and screamed indignantly. Why did the creators put such a trap that destroys their building? She is amazed at what purpose the one who invented these traps wanted to achieve. The guy sighs heavily and confesses that he asks himself the same question. Suddenly, Ray approaches him from behind and with anxiety calling him by his name. The guy immediately rotates and asks the girl what happened, feeling something wrong. She asks him to move something that is hidden under a bunch of unnecessary. The guy is surprised by her request, but still agrees to help. The girl brings him to a large metal slab that almost killed them before. The guy is delighted and looks at her slightly contemptuously, remembering the case. The guy carefully asks his girlfriend whether she wants him to move it, because he is unclear why it is not possible if there is nothing valuable there. The girl shows to the ground and confidently replies that there is something under it, and it is worth checking. The guy tilts his head in surprise and clarifies where it can be, considering a large piece of metal carefully. After a short pause, the guy realizes that he may try to remove it. After doing the work, he wipes his forehead with his sleeve. The girl sighs happily, seeing the result. She joyfully points to a huge sword that was crushed under a thick metal stove, and the guy, not expecting to see it at all, simply fades from shock. The guy cannot believe his eyes from found. Ria, who wanted to make her friend pleasing, immediately promises to bring it to him and already reaches his hand to the sword. But she cannot raise the sword, because having appreciated her forces, she realizes that he is too heavy. The girl returns and says Katie, a little surprised that he is really very heavy. In response, he reaches out her hand and offers help, full of desire to prove her strength. The guy easily lifts a heavy sword without even waiting for him to just succeed. The girl looks at him with surprise and admiration, struck by his power and agility that she did not expect. The guy lifts the sword and says he can keep him, although in fact it is a difficult burden for him. Finally, Fiona notices them and wonders how he managed to raise the sword so easily. She looks at him with confusion. The guy asks her in surprise, confused because of such a reaction. The girl is aware that it is a sword that controls gravity, although she does not understand where she came from. The man asks without believing his ears. The guy remembers the words of his girlfriend and thinks, maybe the sword really has some unusual influence that makes him so difficult. He decides to see the sword more closely. The guy carefully inspects the sword and realizes that it is really an extremely strong sword with the force of gravity, which during the attempt is able to increase the force of gravity. A guy with a confused look asks for gravity. His thoughts have already run too far. He imagines how this device can fight using force. Ray stands behind and tries to find out more details. Fiona is delighted to say that it should be a very powerful sword if someone is able to use it. She has never heard of like this. It is still unclear how it can be worn at all, because it is so heavy. The girl thoughtfully says that only a few travelers managed to raise this sword, but they already had their own weapons, so they did not need this sword. The guy looks carefully at the sword and says that he now understood everything. Having come to your senses, the man asks whether the sword will need for further research, because it is a valuable artifact that is worth studying. The girl replies that the sword is not so rare, so he can pick it up if he wants. The guy agrees to take the sword. Fiona smiles widely and says that they have already explored today, so it's time to return to a safe place. The guy was so fascinated by the adventure that he did not notice how quickly he passed. The girl confessed to him that she needed someone who helped to activate all the traps, and added that a complete study of these mysterious ruins would carry out a little later. Going a long corridor, the girl admires that so much everything happened today that she can barely understand it. She says that for the first time in a long time everything happens exactly as she wanted. She confesses with a sincere smile. She was very fun. Suddenly, neither of that. Fiona comes on a car and everything around begins to buzz, as if the earth is walking under his feet. She fades with surprise and delight, feeling adrenaline rapidly sweeping her veins. The boys immediately felt that something strange began around them, and they began to look around, understanding the seriousness of the situation. Kada is tiredly called to Fiona. Fiona realizes that they will not get out of here for a long time, apologizes and confesses that he accidentally pressed something. Suddenly, the trap worked, and something fell from above in the hallway with roar and sparks. The guy did not reflect the girls without thinking, taking all the blows on himself. The guy recalled with reluctance that today they will have to face the same ancient mechanisms as before, but this time they prepared a new attack for them. The guy tells in indifferent tone that these are the same works again, as if he had already tired of constantly fighting them. The girl, feeling guilty of everything that has happened, lowers her ears and looks at him with regret. She apologizes, well understanding that her actions have led to such serious events. But Kayato, with a friendly smile, replies that everything is fine. At this point, he thinks what to do next, because he was faced with his choice again. The guy looks at the robots and realizes that in such a tight room, he will no longer be able to reach their crystals, as it was before. Suddenly, the inspiration came to Ray, and she was hopeful in her voice to try his new sword. The guy looked at the girl, struck by her bold offer. He liked this idea, and with a firm intention, taking his new weapon, he agreed to try the sword, feeling the admiration. Suddenly the cars came and threateningly rolled up with motors, rapidly moving directly on them. The guy, without thinking about the danger, rushed out of place, squeezing his new weapons firmly in his hands. The girls watched him, believing that he would work out, and hopefully followed his every step. The guy was surprised to view the sword and noticed that the weapon did not burden it at all. He guessed that the reason in the magical swing which gave the sword of such unusual lightness. Gathering all his strength and confidence, the guy made a decision. He jumped high into the air, aiming his sword directly on metal robots. He believed that the real power of this two-sword would appear when he was hit from above, so he was already preparing for a decisive occasion. A man choices the robots, feeling the adrenaline flows in his veins. Kedid did not expect such strength and was surprised to see how much harm he did. The guy realized that this sword was much stronger than ordinary magic weapons, and now he gave him not only joy but also faith in his own strength. After a strong blow, they fly into pieces and around the waves of powerful force. The scraps of metal and pieces of earth scatter in different directions. The girls watched the sparks and fragments of ancient mechanisms around flying. Their mouths were exposed to surprise that they could not believe what they were seeing. Men with smiles and pleasure on their faces, in a sublime mood, confidently say that they like this sword more than ever before, and now he really belongs to him. Returning from Tofu to Kodzi Estate, the boys were finally able to relax after intense adventures. They sat down at the table and enjoyed hot tea. Fiona, vigorously outlining the tale and alerting the ears, shares the warmth and gratitude to the boys for their work, easily rejecting all the alarm. She with a smile suggests that you do next and confidently raises this topic, full of optimism. Ray returns to the guy and asks if the task is completed. A man looks at her thoughtfully and replies that he is not yet. At the same time, he understands that their true goal is to find out how the artifact was destroyed. Kai returns to Fiona, which sits opposite, and with a slight irony, jokes that it is a pity, they say, she has nothing to put her hands when it comes to earthquakes. The girl smiles broadly, closes her eyes, and says she learned that the ruins have nothing to do with the earthquake. Such an answer is upset by the guy, because he hoped to hear a completely different. The young man, not understanding anything, asks the girl whether their study was in vain. Fiona confidently denies his words with a smile, assuring that they spent time in vain. Then she wonders if he heard something about the red Omkos. Chidaida has his eyebrows because he does not understand who he is talking about, and says that he is an unfamiliar name, asking if he is about a person. The fox girl lifts his finger and, slightly bowing his head, replies that the guy is right. The name of his radam is Swan Hordion. The young man looks at the girl with surprise, and his memory begins to emerge. Here the hero recalls that in this world only nobles have generic names, and draws attention that the man in the initials has the word Ortion, that is, the name of the city. The guy asks the girl whether this man is the owner of the area, and he thinks about himself, that it would be impolite to turn to him without honor. Fiona, with a smile on his face, convinces the guy that it is not the name of the ruler of this region, but only the name of the heir. This city is not very good. A young man with a gloomy face and a nervous smile suddenly realizes that everyone seems to be really disliked by this guy. The girl tells that about a month ago the current ruler, Forzil-sama, went abroad. Fiona, having lowered, says that Radhamkos became a deputy bishop and began to collect high taxes for no reason. Then he went to the stores of ordinary people and took different things from them. The girl adds that he is able to easily kill the innocents, accusing them of fictional crimes. In the end, she says that this person does everything he wants, and they are not punished for it. Caillou is silent, listening carefully. The guy thinks why he is not yet considered a criminal for killing the innocent. Fiona explains that people have chosen this path themselves, to resolve disputes with duels. Therefore, in their society, this is not perceived as a crime. The guy remembers how one woman once explained to him that if someone killing her opponent during a duel, it would not be considered a crime. Such are the laws and order. He finally comes to his senses and asks the girl who is connected to this person with earthquakes. She replies that it was the Redmkos who forbade the guilds to disclose information about the earthquake. The guy is surprised to hear such an answer. Fiona says it is only her opinion, but she believes that he stopped the investigation of the earthquake. She also adds that he appropriates tax money, which is why it has become more difficult for many, including her. The man realizes that she was referring to when she spoke of further actions. He confesses that he has already realized the situation, but wants her to say directly what she expects from him about this person. The girl hesitates, presses her arms to her chest, and quietly confesses that he wants to win her. She smiles slightly and sincerely admits that she would be glad if he could kill him. The guy looks carefully at the girl, understanding her sincere intentions, and notices her hands shrink and tremble. Kaida closes his eyes and understands. In this situation, deep insults and hatred are hidden. He returns to her and asks, "If you say so, does this person not become a criminal by killing him?" The girl confesses that, of course, he will become a criminal, but explains that this man often mocks ordinary people and kills them on duels, always finding an excuse for this. The guy realized that he could now use his title of adventurer's E. The girl immediately guessed what he was thinking about and quickly agreed with it. The guy understands that in this world the force determines the rank, and most likely no longer other adventurers who would remain at the level of E. The man concludes that the one who increases taxes and causes people to suffer, and the person involved in the destruction of artifacts, is the same person. He believes that such a ruler would be better to remove from power, but the guy only lowers his eyes and thinks, considering what to do next. He returns to Fiona and asks to give him a little time to think. The girl gladly agrees. Walking through the city with Rai, Kai thought about the request to remove the deputy lord. He did not see the lies in Fiona's words, but still wanted to check everything first before agreeing at her request. He decides that it is best to gather information in the city and meet personally with the right person. But suddenly she realizes that she does not even know what she looks. Suddenly the guy notices some movement in the city. He looks closely and sees a full and humble man. He calls in his eyes to someone that he thought that a man who was sitting on his side has a bag of money. A man with a bag in his hand, with a bad expression, adds that if it was possible, he would give his taxes to him. Kaida was very surprised. He did not expect to meet Redomko so close. The guy did not even imagine that he would be recognized so quickly. Kaida carefully examined the situation, immediately realized this man who raised the noise on the street was the same who previously mentioned Fiona. The guy noticed a poor man who was already trembling with fear because of the strict demands of Redamkos. Kaida turned to the man nearby and asked what was happening here. In response, he wondered if Kaida was a traveler and advised him not to interfere with this unpleasant business. The man continued to explain his opinion, saying that it was the usual fraudulent trick of Radamk. He always looks for someone who can be influenced and suddenly raises taxes 10 times to complicate a person of life. If the victim is unable to pay such an excess amount, Radomko demands to give away the property, and when a person has nothing left, he simply takes away their store. The stranger strictly warns the boy, "In no circumstances you can stop at the house of Costa. If he notices that you are weaker than him, he will immediately blame you for all kinds of crimes and will cause a deadly duel." He continued that many people had died because of him because they could not stay away and tried to interfere in his business. The guy, plunging into his own thoughts, looks at Radamkos and realizes that he is a really bad man, as he was told. Kain has already guessed that rumors of his involvement in the destruction of the artifact are most likely true. Meanwhile, a stranger, noticeably excited, repeated that he very much wants Forzo-sama to return as soon as possible, because he was already bored with this horror. Suddenly, one of the crowd, deciding to intervene in a conversation, addresses him and asks what he meant. It was Red Amcos. Smiling disrespectfully, he said that the poor dare to call him a bad person. Without waiting for the answer, he sharply asks whether the interlocutor is ready to answer for such ill-advised words. Removing the glove, Red orders his people to pick it up. Radomko raised his hand with an arrogant look and said that he was calling this cheeky man to a duel. But as soon as he did it, anxiety flashed in his eyes. He realized that it could be its end. And Kadota, meanwhile, watched everything closely. The guy recalls how this man warned him to stay away from all this, otherwise he would get involved in dirty affairs. The stranger, not understanding what is being discussed, asks the man, and he confidently says that, they say, no one wants to die. Rodoroduzo continues to insist. If a man pays him a tax several times greater, he will do the order and forget about everything that has happened. A man with horror and anxiety in his eyes realizes that he has no such money, and confesses that he will not be able to do so. Seda begins to be angry, watching what is happening. Suddenly he hears a quiet voice of Raya behind his back. He rotates and sees a girl with crying eyes who says that this man smells very unpleasant. The whole city did not refrain from laughter when it was heard, and people seemed to laugh loudly behind one team. Even Kaida did not hold back and glanced with a smile. Radomka burned from shame, he became uncomfortable, and inside the rage and insult began to boil. An adult noted that this smell is noble and does not stink at all. He decided to start a duel not with her husband, but with a little girl. But suddenly Kadad, quickly reacting to the situation, put him a footsteps so that he could not reach the girl. The man falls to the ground, screaming with pain, and Ray already has time to hide behind the guy, seems to be panic. The whole city is concerned about what happened, and now people are afraid of this man. The guy mentally confesses that he is not very resorting to role-playing games, but can change nothing. He says perfumes really smell bad, but does not think that this smell comes from him. Kaida gently lifts the glove of the man with a sword, not dare to touch her hands, and with an angry look says that this word is Radomskos. Ray did not quite understand why her friend was saying that and where his cloak went. The guy replied that he removed the cloak to look weaker and not attract extra attention. Kaida warns the girl so she does not fit now because the situation is becoming more dangerous. Suddenly, Fiona appears from nowhere. She asks in surprise why everyone was so excited. Kaida rejoices in the girl and quickly rejects the men's glove aside. Rhea only surprises watching everything that is happening. The guy returns to Fiona and says she is just on time. He asks her to take care of Rao and make sure that nothing happens to her. He then adds that she knows the answer about her request. The girl smiles broadly. Her face is noticeably relieved. She agrees with him and makes it clear that she is ready to help in this difficult situation. Radomko rose and began to swear loudly, saying that everything was done now. After his words in the air, the tension was hanging, and Kaida, not understanding what was happening, only looked around in a confusion. The guy, filled with determination, showed his temple with his finger and asked him if he wanted to fight him. At that moment, it seemed to him that such a spoiled and unworthy guy, like Redamkus, could not cause him any hassle. He confidently stated that Redamkus would not be able to withstand him, the strongest seeker of the adventures of E-Rang. Hearing this, a cunning smile appeared on the face of Radam Spit, as if he thought something insidious. The man said loudly and boldly to everyone who carefully monitored him that he seems to have to show them what happened when he was opposed. He lifts his fist and states that Kaida is causing the duel right here and now. The guy from the 10th place calmly watches all this and notes that everything is going as it should. Randomly points to one of the soldiers and says that he will be the second in this duel. The man replies that he understood, and Kaida just stands aside and watches their confrontation. The guard only sighed, resigned to what was happening. Here Kaida suddenly shuddered. She remembered something very important, that it seemed that it could change the course of events. The guy realized that he was in front of the same frightening type with which he recently talked. The man realized that this guy knew about his abilities, which far exceeds D, and stopped. The security guard, meanwhile, just stood, lowering his head, clearly not understanding how to proceed. Kaida, fearing that he will probably stop the duel, attracts the attention of Radams. The man noticed this look, turned and looked intently at Kaida. Kaida smiled nervously and nodded, showing that he was ready for battle. The people around began to push the guard, eagerly waiting for his answer, and the guy was confused for a moment, evaluating what was happening. Suddenly, he knocks himself with his right hand in his chest and states loudly that he will witness this duel. Kayada realized how much people do not like Radomkov, and it even ignited his anger even more. The man states that if he wins, then Radomfuli will have to cancel all taxes. The other agrees without even thinking, but exposes his condition. In the case of his victory, he will take away all Kaida's things. A man confidently states that this gambling game is useless, because he will in any case win. The guy once again asks if there is really no way to give up. Radomko replies that only victory is important to him. Radomko, leaning his head, claims that he will win him first, and then he will take a common man and a girl who was with him. Cade wrapped his eyebrows when he found out that his loved ones had touched it, but despite everything, the guy still decided to go to the duel. The security guard, who is responsible for the second round, raises his hand, giving a sign of the beginning, and calls for participants to prepare. Ramozo became a battle stand, preparing for the attack, and the hero only looked at him with distrust. Kaida looks carefully, raising his eyebrows when a man tells him that he will say goodbye to him. A man with an angry face and a confidence in his voice states that he is a seashore traveler and expresses his hope that the guy will be able to entertain him. The guy is scared heard because Kaida understands. He put a lot on the map, and he did not expect that he would have to compete with the opponent of level C. Suddenly, Radomkost, not hesitating a second, jumped and rushed to the guy, getting ready to start the duel. The man is swollen by the sword and almost hit the enemy, but it turns out to be more agile and has time to dodge the impact. Without thinking, Kaidi causes the enemy a strong blow. The man shouted with pain because of an unexpected attack. The guy thought that the traveler he knew and has a C rank was much stronger than that man. The man flies a few meters back after the guy struck, and it is clear that he did not expect such force. Suddenly, Kakad's sword flashed and split in half. The guy in shock lifts his broken sword and cannot believe that the steel sword of the dollar was destroyed. He sadly remembers that the equipment was the only good thing that he had. At this point, Radomkos tries to rise after a stroke, but suddenly realizes that he can no longer move. The man, loudly moaning, shouts to all, which apparently broke his bones. Suddenly, all the residents of the city froze, looking at a semi-sitting man who was put on a smile. Suddenly, everyone called out Kaida, calling him to complete what he started. The guy, leaning his head low, slowly approached the man and said that if he was not mistaken, these conditions need to be fulfilled for victory. But even before he managed to finish his words, Radomko giggled loudly. At the same moment, all residents of the city raised their hands up and happily welcomed the boy with a victory. A man, frightened for his life, reached forward and said that he would give all his money if he would not be touched. Kayin realized that this man pleaded to spare him just when the situation seemed hopeless. At that moment, the guy thought it was a great opportunity to know the truth from him. He asked why he stole information from the guild. The man sitting on the ground looks at the boy and begins to say that he has been forced to do so. Kaida does not delay and immediately asks who gave this order. The man, realizing that his end can come very soon, the story begins moving. He speaks of a person named John Doa, who belongs to the new generation of destruction fire. The man is sure that John came up with the idea of stealing money. Kaida, when he heard about such a mysterious organization for the first time, a little puzzled as a guy if this name is so strange and unusual, Radakos, immersed in his memories, begins to talk about one group of people with anxiety in his voice. He explains that it is actually a large and dangerous organization that is convinced that all artifacts are evil. Men, frightened, continue to tell how the brother was near their father in the first place, but his father did not even notice him. Radhumkos believes that artifacts are guilty of everything, and so he believes that this group does correctly, and Kadad is convinced that he is guilty of everything. The guy, overflowing with curiosity, asks the man if he knows something else about this organization. He replies that he does not know anything anymore, only adds that Radhumkos asked him to trust. Kaida begins to think about whether a man is not lying. He decides that while the prince is absent, everything around gradually changes, and people from these organizations use it for their own purposes. Hearing all this, Kaida with a heavy heart realized that none of them feels sympathy. Anger increased inside him. The guy, waving a broken sword, says goodbye to Radhumkos. Suddenly, from the crowd, someone loudly calls Kate by name and asks him to stop. At this moment, the guy, literally a centimeter from the face of the enemy, will sharply fade away. Behind them, ahead of the crowd, stands a man with a beard and armor. He is noticeably nervous and looks like a person who has power. Kaida, holding a broken sword firmly, rotates and looks at the man standing behind, and Radhumkos looked forward with surprise and misunderstanding. He clearly did not expect to see a person he had not met so long. Suddenly, he exclaims loudly and emotionally that this man is his father. A man, excited and with a frightened look, watches the events, as if realizing that it does not herald anything good. One of the guards traditionally strikes himself with his right hand on the chest in honor and greet the Fords al-Sam loudly, showing his respect for her greatness and high position. Sita, despite the tension of the situation, turns and looks at the stranger with surprise and curiosity, realizing that it is a real prince who once went to the capital. He realizes that the prince returned when he learns about the terrible condition of the city and its inhabitants. Zell, with a decisive expression on his face, extends his hand forward and politely asks the guy to lower the sword because he cannot allow Radhum to die in a duel. The man, feeling the excitement and not trusting, asks his father if he will save him. Kaidia turns to the king, reminding that the condition of victory in their duel is the death of the opponent. He asks if the victory will be enrolled if these conditions are not fulfilled. The Psalm of Forzel replies that if the enemy is lost to victory, these conditions will have to be fulfilled. But he adds that he does not have to kill the enemy, Kaida has to do it. Suddenly, by order of the king, one of the guards pulls out of his belongings a large square plate with mysterious symbols that have many meanings. Sita looks at this item and understands that it is a charming device that shows a person's condition. Her interest is only growing. The guard, without unnecessary words, elevates an attribute to Rademk sitting on the ground. The guy is noticeably excited but hesitates. He does not understand what is happening and what it will lead to. When the magic artifact was raised to the breast of a man, a bright light suddenly broke out of the mechanism. It meant that the device began to work. This unexpected event immediately caused anxiety to everyone around. Suddenly, a large word, Bandit, appears on the magical device. Radhumkos and Kaida, completely confused, did not expect such a turn of events. The guard cold declares the boy about his guilt. Radhumkos begins to shout that this is not true. The boy's father closes his eyes and sighs deeply, clearly disappointed with his son. The man begins to beg and swear to his father that he did nothing wrong. The prince, angry and disappointed, screams loudly at him, asking if he did not do anything. The rage filled with rage shouted at the man, demanding to tell where Matamkos is now. He would not allow this to happen. This fortress could neither see nor put up with it. It was not in his character. Radhumkos tries to justify himself. He says his younger brother was too annoying and constantly pointed out what to do. Therefore, Radhumkos decided to imprison him, considering it quite natural, and he sees nothing wrong with such an act. All residents of the city, although they felt how seriously, they were silently watching what was happening. Kaida twisted, looked at her husband with contempt, and thought that in society such actions were called attack and imprisonment. The guy wondered if the man really considered it habitual. Meanwhile, Asami ran his hands on his forehead and complained that his son had done something horrible. Radankus looked at the man frightenedly, already realizing that he was waiting ahead. Zell, with a clear disappointment in his voice, said that this man was now executed as a robber, and made a sentence without regret. The prince added, "If that guy behaved normally, he could live peacefully, and peacefully." Radomko again asked for fear and horror. At this point, the guards began to arrest the man, considering him a criminal. Frightened, he shouted at his father in despair, pleaded to stop and forgive him, hoping for a mercy. Meanwhile, the prince apologized to the king for all the troubles and anxiety that she has caused her. The prince says that all this is responsible for it. He promised to immediately remove the restrictions and order the guilds to disseminate information immediately. Once again, he sincerely asks the guy for apology. Kayaida looks at a man with understanding because she notices that he behaves very professionally, even though he seems to be most affected in this situation. Finally, the guy puts on his coat again, turning his usual look, and here on the horizon appear Rhea and Fiona. They smile happily and praise him for a beautifully done work. Fiona is sincerely and a little surprised to confess that she did not expect to meet someone here. She was glad that everything was decided. Kita, with a light smile, replies that while this man runs the city, everything will be fine. The guy noticed that a serious expression appeared on the girls' faces and said that the situation with artifacts was not yet resolved, so they should remain alert. He suggested that the girls return to the guild, explaining that the restrictions on information had just been removed. He was convinced that La Chassan would tell them everything, and the girls gladly agreed. When the boys finally got their destination, their attention was drawn to the stand. They watched in surprise, as were all other surprise residents. Fiona looked carefully at the news and noted that the information had already been published, and that was really impressed. The guy, knowing how quickly everything appeared, answered her that the events were unfolding very rapidly. The guy noticed that the message appeared only a few minutes ago, and could not be surprised how quickly everything was changing around them. Taida turned and noticed that Losia-san was talking to a girl. Feeling his gaze, the girl also turned and smiled warmly to the boy, who immediately woke up in him strong feelings. The guy looked around and smiled uncertainly, thinking if she began to prepare at the very beginning of the duel. In the meantime, Fiona finally settled in her place, and suddenly her joyful facial expression changed when she waved her hand to greet. He realized that this girl is really very capable and intelligent, and in the future can play an important role. This thought cheered him a little and added confidence in tomorrow. The news reported that the monsters who were near Ordi and Ohm began to behave strangely and unobtrusively for themselves. People believed that this was due to the destruction of artifacts. It was also mentioned that earthquakes were increasing because of this, and this was a great scare of locals who lived in constant fear. However, it is likely that several artifacts are inhibiting the eruption of the volcano because there are no clear signs of awakening. The artifact was destroyed by people from the organization that opposed them. It was called a new generation of death of death. But the investigation is still ongoing, and in the morning there may be new information that can change the entire course of events. The guy who studies the information found suggests that this destroyed artifact, which they found with Ray, actually restrained the eruption of the volcano, and after his destruction, an earthquake occurred. Fiona returns to the guy and says that everything has already been discussed, but the main thing now is to find the rest of the artifacts and do everything so that they are not destroyed. Hearing this, the man immediately agreed with her. The girl thoughtfully supports her chin with her hand and asks whether they should go to the big ruins of Orion, although she doubts that you can find something useful there. The guy looks at his girlfriend in surprise and asks why she thinks so, because research can always be surprised. Fiona thoughtfully rubbed his temple and said she heard about the ruins they discovered before. However, in her opinion, the real, large ruins of the house on belong to a completely different era. She continued to say that there are many assumptions about these ruins, but she is sure that they belong to another civilization. Kaida and Ria listened carefully to his girlfriend and seemed to understand everything. The guy looks away and thinks that if all this is true, then they have no hint of where to look for other artifacts. This is not in his favor. The man looks at Rai and does not understand why the new generation of death has not yet found the rest of the artifacts, because their destruction is just a matter of time. Suddenly, Ryan notices something and distracts his eyes in surprise. The boys stood just a few meters from the crowd, and in the meantime, a new group of people who wanted to learn about recent events has come to the newspaper kiosk. The guy turns to the girl and asks if she can find the place of the artifact if the entrance is not sealed. Ray confidently replies that it is not difficult for her. Fiona asks what they are talking about. Kaida tells about underground ruins, which stores an artifact, reliably protected by a special seal that no magic can punch. She is sure that this protection will soon be broken. Fiona looks at the boy in surprise and asks why he decided so much, not fully realizing how serious his arguments are. He talks about an organization that will find the rest of the artifacts, and then they will need time to destroy them. He adds that it would be easier if he and Ray could immediately feel the changes in magical power. The girl replies that destroying artifacts is unlikely to be easy, because they are very strong. The guy extends his hand and says that while they are destroyed, it can give them a chance. The man, pointing to the people near the ad, says that those who from above are sure to warn their comrades underground. He asks girls if they do not consider the same. The girls looked at the boy in surprise, running out of their mouths. Fiona says happily what it means. They will be able to break the seal, and Ria, overflowing with happiness, confirms her words. The guy, seeing their joy, agrees with the girl and adds that they quickly find out where they are. The young man, squeezing his fist and strongly hitting his palm, confidently says that they just find out about it. They will stop all this mess around them, and their mission will make a new, more important sense. At that moment, a wide smile blooms on his face. It reflects the hope for a better future.